After I finish explaining.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, may we invite Mr. Ashraf from Asia School of Business to present the safety briefing. Dengan segala hormat, jadi persilakan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Asia School of Business. I'm Ashraf, and I will be conducting the safety briefing. Your safety is our priority, so please get yourself familiar with our COVID-19 safety measures and fire emergency procedures. You are all now in the Khazanah auditorium. Since it is an enclosed space, kindly keep your mask on at all times. Please maintain physical distancing and try to stay 1 meter apart. The wearing of masks and physical distancing is required at all common areas of the campus. We have installed various signages to help you with this. In the event of an emergency, there are 4 emergency exits out of this auditorium, 2 at the sides and 2 at the back. If you hear a fire alarm, please remain calm and prepare yourself for possible evacuation. When you hear a second continuous alarm, followed by an announcement from the PA system, please leave the auditorium immediately using the nearest emergency exit. The emergency assembly area is located at the ceremonial driveway in front of the main entrance. Please do not use any lifts, do not re-enter the building or go down to the car park until it is safe to do so. For your information, the Asia School of Business is a smoking-free campus. We hope all of you can give your cooperation in limiting the risk of COVID-19 and maintaining safety on campus. On behalf of the school, we hope you have an enjoyable experience here. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, and thank you very much to Mr. Ashraf for the safety briefing. Once again, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam keluarga Malaysia, salam Sarawakku sayang. Hello and greetings to everyone. First of all, on behalf of the host, Sarawak State Financial Secretary's Office, in collaboration with SCOPE and Asia School of Business. It is indeed an honor to welcome all of you here at the inaugural Digital Leadership Forum 2022 with the theme Driving Business in Pandemic Times. Ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Leadership Forum is a one-day hybrid forum which serves as a platform for knowledge exchange and ideation on business solutions to drive organizational performance. And we are indeed the lucky ones today, as this high-powered forum shall include insights by corporate subject matter experts on current market trends and issues from the context of a gig and digital economy. And now we have a few friendly reminders on the SOP. Yes, once again, please continue observing the new normal practices and adhere to the COVID-19 standard operating procedures set by the Ministry of Health and Asia School of Business. And please practice social distancing, wear your face mask all the time, always practice a good personal hygiene, wash or sanitize your hands regularly, no handshakes allowed, and not even the fist bump gesture. And please take turn to the entrance to avoid any congestions. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin at 9 sharp, well, in just a minute from now, all right? So please, and to those of you still at the foyer, please come and join us here at the auditorium, and kindly please be seated and make yourself comfortable. And before we go for rock and roll right after this. So during the Q&A session, ladies and gentlemen, we have two microphones, all right, on the floor for you, as well as running mics, all right. Worry not, we shall keep the microphone sanitized and clean all the time. And to our participants joining us via Zoom, you can simply leave your question at the Zoom chat box. And yes, the most important segment of the day, especially for foodie like most of us, yes, all right, for morning, lunch, and afternoon break, food will be served at the foyer. And of course, we have our ushers to guide you. And for any queries, we're happy to be at your service, inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone has a role to play in slowing the spread of the coronavirus and protecting ourselves, our family, and our community. So it is our responsibility to make the SOP a success in our effort to reduce the spread of coronavirus. So once again, thank you very much for your kind attention. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam keluarga Malaysia, and salam Sarawakku sayang. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, please put yourself a big round of applause, please. Tepukan yang paling gemuruh untuk diri sendiri for being here today. Thank you very much. Yang Arif Datuk Sri Talat Mahmud Abdul Rashid, State Attorney General. Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Dr. Wan Liz Osman bin Wan Omar, Sarawak State Financial Secretary. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Sabaria Putit, Deputy State Secretary, Performance and Service Delivery Transformation and Chairperson of Scope. Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Ismail bin Haji Muhammad Hanis, Director of State Human Resource. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Amar Haji Muhammad Moshidi bin Abdul Ghani, Chairman of SDEC. Yang berbahagia Prof. Charles Fine, Founding President and Dean of Asia School of Business, distinguished guests, heads of department, distinguished speakers, delegates and participants, physically and those joining us via Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Digital Leadership Forum 2022 with the theme Driving Business in Pandemic Times. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we are all excited. So let's begin the morning session of the Digital Leadership Forum. First of all, it is with great pleasure and honor to invite on stage Prof. Charles Fine, Founding President and Dean of Asia School of Business, to present his welcoming remarks. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan Prof. Charles, please.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Asia School of Business. We're very, very happy to be able to host all of you from Sarawak today, as well as all of you on Zoom from Sarawak who were not able to join us in person. Asia School of Business was founded by Bank Negara in 2015 as a collaboration between Bank Negara and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and we have built degreed programs, non-degreed programs, research centers, and a learning and thought leadership center for all of Malaysia and all of Southeast Asia. The vision of ASB is to be a leadership school for practitioners and also for thought leadership. And we want to share that with you today and tomorrow and welcome you all to, and hope you all feel welcome to be here. I'll be giving a longer presentation later this morning, so I won't take a long time here, but I do want to thank very much the leadership of Scope, Dr. Sabaria, Dr. Azlina, the leadership of the state of Sarawak, and we're very, very sorry that the Premier can't be with us, and we hope that he will recover very, very quickly, but we're very grateful for his support and his willingness to invest in a relationship with the Asia School of Business. And we're grateful to all of you who took the time to come here physically or taking the time to be on our Zoom presentation. So without further ado, I just want to let us get started. We're very, very happy to have you here. A lot of hard work has gone into this program from the Scope team, from the Asia School of Business team, and we hope that you'll find this day enjoyable and stimulating. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Prof. Charles Fine, Founding President and Dean of Asia School of Business, for his welcoming remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and for now, let's move on to the opening remarks by our host for today. First, without further ado, please welcome on stage Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Dr. Wan Liz Osman bin Wan Omar, Sarawak State Financial Secretary. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and good morning to all of you. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri, Datuk Sri, Datuk, tuan-tuan dan puan yang saya hormati sekalian. First of all, on behalf of the State Financial Secretary's Office, Scope and Asia Business School or School of Business, I would like to express my utmost appreciation to all of you for participating in person as well as virtually in this e-forum with the theme Driving Business in Pandemic Times. The theme of this forum aptly describes the unprecedented and challenging times that we all face in conducting our business due to the volatility of the global economy, the ravaging COVID-19 pandemic, and the lightning speed of technological and digital advancement. These are truly the times of business unusual, more so with the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, which has spooked the global market. However, we hope that from the fusion of ideas in this forum, we can learn from our expert speakers as we aspire to be more resilient and optimistic about the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the talks to be delivered by our speakers today will focus on the challenges facing us as leaders in the digital era. Leading in the digital era requires new skills and mindset. In the context where data now has become strategic asset for an organization, leaders must develop an agile strategy to keep pace with digitalization, identify multiple trade-offs, and manage other market disruptors to ensure value creation. As leaders of our respective organizations, we need to reassess our organization's capacity and capability in dealing with new challenges. We ought to know and test the level of our digital readiness. We must encourage our team to come up with innovative solutions and explore new markets. This requires us to have an entrepreneurial mindset, even in a corporate and government setting, in order to thrive in the gig and digital economy. From today's talks, we should be able to learn from the diverse perspectives of renowned speakers and experts in the respective fields on how to enhance our performance as future-oriented leaders and bring about digital transformation in our organizations. I believe we all could become digital disruptors and design a future roadmap for a successful organizational transformation to achieve growth and sustainability, provided we are ever willing to embrace change and attune our mindset to new ways of doing things. Over the course of the pandemic, business have largely adapted themselves to the new working environment, and that has now become commonplace. They have also embarked on digitalization and reorganized their supply chains. All of this has been necessary, but it will not be enough. To prepare for the post-COVID-19 era, leaders need to do more than fine-tune their day-to-day tasks. They need to be ready and willing to think how they operate and even ask themselves why the organization exists. To put it another way, leaders need to step back, take a breath, and consider a broader and more holistic perspective, having a keen foresight of what the future would entail and how it would impact their businesses. The pandemic has both revealed and accelerated a number of trends that will play a substantial role in shaping the future global economy. Based on the recent Ernst & Young global survey of issues that CEOs need to deal with, companies and organizations will want to adopt 5 key priorities as their North Star while they navigate the trends that are molding the future. Number 1 is sustainability. The principle of producing goods and services while inflicting minimal damage on the environment. Doing so will be as fundamental to doing business as compiling a balance sheet. In fact, consumers and regulators will insist on it. In this context, sustainability needs to be done as systematically as digitalization or strategy development because it will be an important source of long-term competitive advantage. This is in tandem with the ESG framework, where environmental, social, and corporate governance will determine whether companies are being run responsibly at minimal cost to the society as a whole. Secondly, consider the power of cloud computing. Its potential has long been recognized, and now it is beginning to produce real results in innovation and productivity. Companies need to deploy the cloud for a good purpose. To do so, their people need to be cloud literate, that is, to have a keen sense of the cloud's capabilities. Thirdly, as ever, it's the people element that makes the difference. Developing talent is therefore a top priority for all leaders, for all of us. The organization of the future will not, or at least should not, look like the one that existed as recently as in the past 5 years. It will need to be more flexible, less hierarchical, and more diverse. Fourthly, speed. The pace of change is speeding up and the landscape of business is more fluid than ever. The need for speed is therefore acute, but this speed needs to be sustained. Businesses did remarkable things in the early months of the pandemic, fueled by adrenaline and a sense of urgency. In the future, in fact, now, speed needs to be embedded into the organizations. To put it another way, speed is not just about revving the engine faster, but also about designing it to run more efficiently and intelligently. Finally, leaders need to recognize that people want meaning in their lives and their work. Many researchers have found that companies with a strong sense of purpose outperform those that lack one. And those who say they live their purpose at work are simply better employees, more loyal, more likely to go the extra mile, and less likely to leave. Purpose helps companies recognize emerging opportunities and connect with the customers. These two should be seen as a priority and a source of competitive advantage. How these 5 priorities are implemented will vary, of course, from company to company, from organization to organizations. Some will be more important than others, depending on the market. Thus, mastering these 5 priorities will substantially improve the odds of success moving forward into the future. GSEs and statutory bodies transformation is indeed a long journey, which takes anything from 5 to 10 years. It is a marathon. It's a marathon rather than a sprint. In addition to the long duration for change, experience of such transformations all points towards the need for deep and lasting change in corporate culture that involves highly challenging tasks of changing staff mindsets and behaviors. In turn, learnings from successful and sustainable change in corporate culture all broadly point towards 3 key success factors. Number 1, strong leadership. This intense personal conviction, commitment, and involvement from corporation's senior management. Number 2, large investments in human capital are required as multiple aspects of transformation require efforts that go beyond business as usual resources and capabilities. Number 3, steadfastness in political will. The learnings from successful transformations all have the common characteristics of making and sticking with many tough decisions. This includes divestments or closure of businesses that are structurally underperforming, even changes of chairman, CEO, board members, and senior executives, as well as large-scale redundancies. To last the journey, the companies, the nation, or even the state, like Sarawak, required constancy and perseverance, and above all, strong political will, which I believe we do have. Ladies and gentlemen, successful cases show that GICs and state-owned enterprises can generate high value when they focus on their mission and strategy, their innovation policies, and their corporate social responsibility. Thus, to achieve excellence, growth, and profitability, our GICs and statutory bodies would need to focus on the following 8 pillars of performance. Number 1, optimize operational flexibility. Number 2, expand market reach. Number 3, reevaluate and improvise our business model. Number 4, accelerate decision-making and focus on execution. Number 5, strengthen management talent. Number 6, optimize capital availability and deployment. Number 7, revitalize risk management. And last but not least, number 8, strengthen stakeholders' confidence and gain their trust. While in many respects, statutory bodies and GICs face similar megatrends, opportunities, and threats to private sector businesses, there are also some important differences. In particular, statutory bodies and GICs have a different purpose, mission, and objectives, which relate to some aspects of public service and social outcomes. Based on the recent PwC survey of global SOEs, to achieve the objectives of public value creation and good growth, the SOE of the future should therefore develop in the following ways. Firstly, active ownership and management requires that those undertaking these roles, particularly the board of directors and the executive leadership, fulfill the test known as the 4 Cs: clarity, capacity, capability, and commitment to integrity. In essence, what does it mean? Clarity, clear understanding of the purpose and objectives of the statutory bodies and GICs in their role in delivering them. Capacity, time and resources to conduct their role well. Capability, required and relevant expertise and experience to steer and manage their respective organizations, and commitment to integrity, serving citizens for the purpose of societal value creation. Secondly, be transparent and accountable through quality, timely, and reliable reporting of SOE's performance. This also aids in building trust between the government, who is the owner, and the citizens, who are the beneficiary. From the State Financial Secretary's office perspective, we are in the process of strengthening this reporting mechanism to ensure more effective corporate governance and greater accountability among our statutory bodies and GICs. Thirdly, organizations should leverage technological and service innovations to deliver products and services which meet user needs, doing better for less, for example, as well as achieve desired outcomes economically and socially. Fourthly, at the same time, the SOE should leverage external influence by co-creating value with other stakeholders in society and driving good growth linked to its purpose, mission, and strategic objective. In this way, state-owned enterprises, our statutory bodies, our GICs, can truly become catalysts for sustainable public value creation. Thus, the strategy of our GICs and statutory bodies should be based on pillars of excellence along several key dimensions, including keeping to their broader socio-economic mission, improving or even changing the current business model, reviewing and even revamping HR policies so that they are based on a more meritocratic and results-driven approach rather than bureaucratic one, and reorganize themselves to be more lean and mean. Therefore, our statutory bodies and GLCs should be the leading actors of change, as well as forces of transformation, setting the bar for companies in terms of meeting the bottom line, while also paying close attention to the economic, the social, and the environmental bottom line at the same time. I believe our statutory bodies and GICs can be successful, that there is much further scope for us to improve, and that we can play a proactive role in society, making a difference in the people's life, touching their hearts and minds through our services initiative. But to do and achieve all this, we must remain agile, ever willing to accept change for the better, passionate about what we are doing and delivering to the public, being innovative, and possess highest level of integrity and professionalism. The future is bright for our beloved Sarawak if we share these aspirations together and fully committed to work hard on them. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the State Financial Security Office will continue to be committed in providing continuous support and advice to our ministries, statutory bodies, and GICs in terms of financial management and good governance. Moving forward, we will continue to review and develop new policies and guidelines to enhance efficiency, performance, and governance of our statutory bodies and GICs. We will also be applying global best practices in monitoring our statutory bodies and GICs to ensure all of them are on top of their game, for the simple reason that we cannot fail our stakeholders. In collaboration with SCOPE, we will develop a compendium of structured programs which will enable us to upscale the skills of our corporate leaders and managers. With the support of both local and international subject matter experts, the programs will be customized to cater for the need of each organization. On this note, I would like to express my utmost appreciation to the Right Honourable Premier of Sarawak, Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Dr. Haji Abang Abdul Rahman Zohari bin Tun Abang Haji Openg, who has given his full support to our endeavour. But unfortunately, he's not able to join us this morning to close the session due to unforeseen circumstances, as I think many of you well know. However, my sincere appreciation also goes to Yang Berhormat Datuk Amar Douglas Unggah Embas, Deputy Premier, who will be representing our Premier to deliver the closing speech at the end of this forum later. My heartfelt thanks also to all our learned speakers, Mr. Azran Osman Rani, founder of Naluri, Professor Dennis Campbell, Professor of Business Administration, Harvard Business School, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Omar, Chairman of Bursa Malaysia Berhad, and Dr. Inma Martinez, expert member of the Global Partnership on AI G7 OECD initiative, as well as our three panelists, Mr. Zulera Abu Bakar, CEO of Malaysian Research Accelerator for Technology and Innovation, Prof. Loredina Paduran, Senior Associate Dean at Asia Business School of Business, Mr. Muhammad Abdal Muhammad Nayan, Chief Transformation Officer at MDEC. And last but not least, of course, I would like also to express our deep appreciation to the management of Asia School of Business, who has graciously hosted all of us today in this world-class facility. Once again, thank you very much, and I hope that this forum will bring about new insights in helping us to navigate the turbulent world and tackling future challenges. Thank you very much, and stay safe.
And inspiring words of wisdom, our highest appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Dr. Wan Liz Osman bin Wan Omar, Sarawak State Financial Secretary, for his opening remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and now let's begin the whole thing. All right, our first highlight for today's Digital Leadership Forum is the Open Talk 1 with the topic Business Growth and Performance in Pandemic Times. It is indeed an honor to have our renowned speaker with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Azran Osman Rani, founder of Naluri. Please, a big round of applause for our first speaker for today. Dengan segala hormatnya dipersilakan.
Thank you. The world that we live in today has never moved as fast as it is. And yet it's going to be the slowest it will ever be going forward. So, today I wanted to talk to you about how do we lead our organizations? How do we navigate an environment where nothing possibly goes according to plan? So I wanted to start by putting this picture up in honor of one of my role models and idols, Datuk Mazlan Omar, because when we talk about leadership during these times, sometimes we tend to have a very masculine or strong view of leadership. I think that Sri just now said, yeah, you need strong leadership. But not only are we honoring International Women's Day, I think that the way that we lead organizations has to change. And that's why I'm really honored and excited to be invited by Scope, led by some incredibly amazing leaders like Dr. Sabaria, Dr. Aslina, who are trying to challenge how we lead organizations today. Yesterday, the Ministry of Health announced that, hey, on the 1st of April this year, we're going to transition to endemicity, and we're going to open up our borders and make travel more accessible. The Edge immediately reports saying that Malaysia will move to an endemic phase on the 1st of April. And immediately we were forced to correct that statement, say, no, actually, there's a big difference between an endemic state and transitioning to endemicity. So we're all still trying to figure out. And on one hand, airlines, for example, are excited. Are people going to travel again, right? We've all been cooped up and not being able to fulfill our travel desires to all the many locations in the last couple of years. And just when the airline industry is excited about the prospect of travel again, guess what happens? Oil prices are incredibly skyrocketing. Now, it's $120 a barrel today, and there's talk that we're going to see it go beyond $200 and possibly even $300 a barrel. It wasn't long ago that the oil and gas industry was thinking, you know what, peak oil is long over. We've got to streamline, retrench, shrink our organization. We got to move beyond petroleum, and suddenly things change. Which organization, when you prepared your business plans for 2020, imagine that oil prices and all the attending secondary effects would have gone beyond $100 a barrel? Now, let me share one experience in 2008, because the highest ever oil price ever in global history was July 2008, when oil reached $147 a barrel. And I had the privilege or the challenge, one of my biggest challenges was trying to build an airline during this period, trying to launch an airline. You see, at the start of 2008, when you put together your business plan, what do we normally do? When it comes to oil prices, you look backwards, right? What's been the average oil price from 2002 to 2007? It was between $50 to $75 a barrel. That was our reality. And so we put that in our business plan at $75 a barrel, and that's what it was in January of 2008. And you launch, and suddenly it went up and up and up. And what did we do? We panicked. You look around, and what do boards of directors tell airline executives to do? What do investors and analysts tell airline executives to do? You need to hedge your risk. Okay, so you scramble and you figure out what are we going to do to mitigate this crazy oil price surge? You go to a bank as it reaches now $90 a barrel, and you say, I don't like this volatility. I'm going to lock in for the next 12 months. Fine, $100 a barrel, because the bank always makes a margin, right? And you do that, and suddenly it keeps going higher and higher, 110, 20, 130, $147 by July 2008. Now you think, wow, I'm a really smart leader. I've mitigated my oil price. Guess what happened 6 months later? In that same year, by December 2008, where was oil price? $32 a barrel. And all the airlines that had hedged or locked in the price of oil at 100, well, eventually 2008, 2009 saw 50 airlines around the world go bust. No one, as things go up right now, we're thinking it's going to get to $250, $300 a barrel. This is what we need to do. Boom. Nothing goes according to plan. Frankly, AirAsia X, the airline I ran, there's only one reason why we survive. And it's a very important business leadership principle for today's era. And that leadership principle is what I call SDL. How many of you practice SDL in your organizations and your business planning? SDL stands for sheer dumb luck. Because the only reason why we survive was just that the one bank who just happens to be the counterparty to a fuel hedging contract, that one bank, we could have been Citibank, it could have been BNP Paribas, but guess what that one bank was? That one bank happened to be Lehman Brothers. And Lehman Brothers went bankrupt within a few weeks when our contract would have flipped. And had it been any other bank, when oil prices go down to $32 a barrel and yet locked in for $100 a barrel, they would have been able to claim 4 times our entire capital, wiping us out. We would have been the 51st airline to go bankrupt. So in this world of just extreme and insane volatility, right, the idea that we must be strong and resolute and determined and set directions and, inspire our people to move towards one direction no longer exists. So my experiences have been shaped by a range of attempts. I'm not even going to call them successes, right? Trying to create an airline model, low cost, long haul that challenged the status quo, trying to create iFlix that challenged big global giants like Netflix, or also big giants domestically in Malaysia. And I'm going to talk a little bit about Astro, and even now in healthcare. And I'm also going to talk a little bit about how do we look and reimagine healthcare in a completely different way. So to me, as I try to think about what does it mean to lead organizations during this period, the one point, the one takeaway I want to leave you with today is how do we move our organizations, how do we move leadership from setting one direction and getting people to be aligned and reduce variances on one path, to a leadership model that's a lot more flexible, that's a lot more curious, that's a lot more willing to make mistakes and being able to bounce back from them faster than others. Because life is not about avoiding risks or, taking the most certain path, but it is the willingness to do things that are unknown, to fall down that process, but to learn how do we pick ourselves back up faster than others. Or perhaps what Professor Loredana calls, smart and sharp skills rather than that hard and soft skills. So I want to try to kind of share my experiences in making this happen. But as I think back to an airline industry, I think it's very useful to think about this concept of how do we run and galvanize an organizations, because this pandemic, if we're all thinking that this pandemic is going to be done, 1st April, we're going to go back to travel, all of our employees are going to come back to the office to work, that's not going to happen. Or are we just still going to figure out how do we work on Microsoft Teams or Zooms? That's not going to happen. Just when you figured out a particular way of working, there's going to be something completely new, right? And I found that, AirAsia certainly, right? Obviously, the airline sector has been as hard as it can be in terms of being impacted. But if you think about it, right, how many other airlines said, you know what, if we cannot fly, if our planes are grounded, how do we completely shift and pivot? And I've got to give credit to these guys, because for them to say, okay, I might not be able to fly, but I've got airasia.com with 40 million registered users, 16 million active monthly users. How do I translate that into something where there's an immediate need, right? And to be able to say, we're going to get into food delivery and we're going to get into ride hailing or car sharing in the time that they've done, whether it works or not, but the willingness and courage to step away from core business and to create completely new businesses and go up and running in less than a year. How many other organizations have been able to pull this off versus organizations just tweaking and making small changes, but still sticking to the core? So as we think about what does it mean, especially in this digital era, I want to share 5 kind of perspectives or blind spots that may hold us back as leaders as we chart the new course. Today, we're inundated with terms and technologies like non-fungible tokens, NFTs, cryptocurrencies, and so many other things. And they might seem novel, curious things, but they're not going to have a big impact on our business, right? Something that just happens on the side, people are experimenting, and it's not going to make a big difference. Guess what? Less than 10 years ago, in the mobile telecommunications industry, they looked at voice over internet protocol or internet telephony as a novel thing because their reference was Skype. Skype was okay, right? But Skype didn't really take off and become mainstream. So when they think about it, they're like, I know this technology exists, but it's a fringe technology. And if you were Maxis or Cellcom or Digi or U-Mobile, your focus was my competition is my big competitors right next to me, right? So Maxis looks at Cellcom, Cellcom looks at Digi, Digi looks at U-Mobile. They change this one product, we respond. They launch this one market, we respond. And suddenly, in less than 2 years, imagine your businesses where 50% of your revenue evaporated. That's what happened. 50% of their revenues were voice calls and SMS. How many of you actually make paid voice calls and send SMSs today? Remember those days when you were very careful to type your SMS messages because you want to keep it to 160 characters, right? Because every message is 10 cents, 20 cents, right? Now, right, you can happily write a 5,000 character and send it to 5,000 of your WhatsApp friends. You're not even thinking about it, right? You want to call someone in, in the other part of the planet, no problem, right? Just calls. So for telcos, 50% of their revenues pretty much evaporated. How are we going to gear up our organizations if that pace of change is now going to keep intensifying, that 50% of your core business can be at risk of disappearing like that? How do you shift and pivot? In the case of airlines, when the pandemic hit, for someone like AirAsia, it was 84%. For someone like AirAsia X, it was 100%. There was 0 international flights, completely grounded. What do you do? Okay. Now, sometimes you might also think, I know what to do, but you don't do anything about it. How many of you shop for your groceries at a supermarket? So many other people have someone else at home do it. This is why we have a problem. What's the #1 pain point when you go to a supermarket? Standing in line, right? Well, let's see.
Welcome to Amazon Go. Use the Amazon Go app to enter. Then put away your phone and start shopping. It's really that simple. Take whatever you like. Anything you pick up is automatically added to your So how does it work? We used computer vision, deep learning algorithms, and sensor fusion, much like you'd find in self-driving cars. We call it Just Walk Out technology. Once you've got everything you want, you can just go. When you leave, our Just Walk Out technology adds up your virtual cart and charges your Amazon account. Your receipt is sent straight to the app, and you can keep going. Amazon Go. No lines, no checkout. No, seriously.
Interesting, right? That an e-commerce player has now launched supermarkets. But they look at it and they say, what's the #1 pain point for consumers? How do we address it? Have you guys also noticed that Grab, a ride-hailing company, has acquired one of the largest supermarkets in Malaysia? It's fundamentally being transformed. But that's not the story. So Amazon launched this Amazon Go concept store in about January of 2017, and they put this video on YouTube, which you can see. So one of the largest European headquartered supermarket chains saw this video. The board members, the executive committee saw their video. What was their reaction when they saw this video? If you were kind of the incumbent large player in the industry and you saw this video, what was your reaction? You know what their reaction was? Sorry, what was that? SDL? No. But I like that you're retaining that. Their reaction was, we had that idea first 3 years ago. Interesting, because a lot of times the best ideas come from incumbent companies. Digital photography, Kodak engineers had the ideas first, right? Microsoft engineers thought about online, what is now Google Docs and Google Sheets, but management said, well, why would we get people to, do it, give it for free when they're currently paying us so much? But in this case, the reason why that big giant supermarket chain didn't do anything was because they had a risk management committee. And that risk management committee basically said, hey, what happens if someone walks into the store, doesn't have the app, and just takes whatever they want and runs out? So when you identify a risk and there's no solution for it, the project gets killed. That's what happens to a lot of organizations, right? Guess what? What Amazon doesn't show you in this video, which I will, they hadn't figured out that part as well. You see, what they don't show you in the video is this. They had to have security guards outside the store to actually check, you got an app? Good. Because even if your app doesn't have enough money in your e-wallet and the sensor would go, you know, the barrier would stop you. If you try to jump it, there's security guards there. So they basically did not let that one risk factor stop them from launching. They found a temporary manual hack. Launch first. Because if I were to ask you now, eventually, who will figure out an elegant process or solution to deal with the security risk? Will it be this European supermarket giant sitting down and planning, or will it be Amazon, who today has 42 of these Amazon Go stores and are learning by doing? Notice the difference, right? Because if you wait until all the risks are mitigated, you're not going to learn. We don't learn by studying and planning. You learn by rolling up your sleeves and launching anyway, knowing that there will be mistakes, knowing that there will be problems, but we learn to solve those problems practically rather than theoretically. Okay, next step. Some organizations go, yes, we will launch. We're not going to wait. We will launch, but we launch it as a pilot. You know, I launched iFlix in Malaysia in 2015. In 3 years, iFlix scaled to serve 20 million users across 20 countries from Southeast Asia, South Asia, Middle East, and even Africa. And yet iFlix was not the pioneer for internet television in Malaysia. Astro had launched Astro on the Go almost 2 years before iFlix. But they launched it as a pilot, as a side project, where you still needed to pay your 100 ringgit a month for your satellite TV subscription, and then you have a right to watch TV on your mobile phone. Until today, good luck trying to get Astro on the Go, or now they call it Astro Go, purely without a satellite TV subscription. You can't. And the problem is, if you still keep launching it as a pilot, and you're not willing to fundamentally change your core, it remains a pilot. In fact, the CEO of Lufthansa, you know, one of the biggest airlines in the world, lamented that the problem we have with digital transformation in Lufthansa is that we've got more pilot projects than we've got pilots. Organizations love to launch pilot projects, but if pilot projects remain pilot projects and if you're not fundamentally stopping your core business, then you're not going to transform. So for example, right, if you were to look at the Astro annual report, it has all the buzzwords that Datuk Sri mentioned just now. Yes, we've got cloud computing, we've got business process automation, we've launched agile end-to-end, we've all done all these things because you're ticking the box. I do digital leadership, right? I've moved to cloud. I've changed to an agile organization. I've launched business process automation. I've got my VR and AR projects. But if you're fundamentally not changing your core, nothing changes. Despite all of that, despite changing CEOs, today, Astro is still almost 90% of the business, a satellite TV subscription, right? Where you need a box. Why do you still need a box? When our mobile phones today have far more computing power than these boxes, where if you want to move from watching it in your living room to your bedroom, you've got to get another box. Today, people are able to watch TV even when they don't have an internet connection on an AirAsia flight. And channels. Why do you even need channels today? Right? They talk about, yes, we have ESPN, we've got HBO, we've got CNN, we've got Discovery, we've got Astro Ria. But the concept of a channel, people in this room think, yeah, you know, I watch these channels. But our kids, what is a channel? Why do you have to wait for someone to tell me what time my show comes on when I should be able to watch anything I want, anytime I want, anywhere I want? But if you've been successful for 20 years, it's really hard to change. How many organizations truly can say, I've stopped doing my core business and I'm rebuilding from scratch. And I'll share one after this, but the examples are actually very few and far between. Many organizations will launch digital businesses, but they remain on the sidelines. So in the case of Astro though, right, despite all the right buzzwords, investors know that satellite TV as an industry is a sunset industry. And the share price has been falling down. It's lost over 70% of its value with no end in sight. Just like newspapers, right? Retail, one by one, banking, a lot of these industries will fundamentally change. Now, there are also organizations that, go big on launching digital businesses. The Hong Leong Group launched Gem5, an e-commerce site. The Lippo Group in Indonesia launched Ovo. Another challenge is when business leaders say, well, I don't get these digital businesses, right? They're not cash flow positive. We apply the same traditional performance metrics. In both cases, in the case of Gem5, get to close it down because Hong Leong said, we've already lost 100 million ringgit. How do we keep going? But in the case of Lippo, even more interesting. Briati's basically said, we can't fund this business anymore, pretty much sold it off. After selling it off, Ovo today is now worth over $1 billion because they evaluated the success or the expected failure of the business using traditional metrics. Now, another last part for me is what I call the era of paper to PDF, meaning, yes, we're embracing digital transformation, but all we're really doing is just digitizing a physical presence, right? Oh, instead of a physical meeting, we now have Zoom meetings. That's what a lot of hospitals are doing right now, right? Telemedicine. There seems to be a lot of buzz about it because now we're digital, right? So instead of talking to the doctor in person, I can now talk to the doctor on Zoom. So I no longer have to deal with parking. I no longer have to wait in the waiting room. That sounds very convenient. But when you look at your digital projects, are you really just moving an existing physical process or service into digital? Because if you are, I'm going to share with you crazy folks like me that think, that's not good enough. So when we look at healthcare, we don't look at just this digitized version, right? So imagine if I were to say healthcare 1.0 is physical hospitals or clinics where you have to go and see a doctor or hospital. Or healthcare 2.0 is the buzz right now, telehealth, telemedicine, right? I can now get it on Zoom. But both 1.0 and 2.0 still has fundamental problems. So when we think about digital, we actually going down to the root causes and thinking, what are the real underlying problems? First, both models are still reactive and transactional. You wait until someone is sick, and then you expect them to reach out and get help. And second, that help is in the form of a one-off consultation. But today, unlike, you break a leg or you get a fever where one visit to the doctor is solved, 70% of healthcare are chronic conditions like diabetes, heart diseases, cancer, mental health. You cannot address these conditions with a one-off visit. So how do we change that model from reactive to one where we're much more proactive, where we predict when someone may get sick before they're actually sick and in need of help? And then how do we deliver that care in a more continuous way while still making it 10 times cheaper than a single visit to a healthcare professional? Someone is thinking about that. Next, the problem with these telemedicine platforms or hospitals is that it's siloed because it's so specialized. Your cardiologist only looks at your heart. Your gastroenterologist only looks at your gut, right? Your psychologist only looks at your mental health, or your dietitian looks at what you eat. But a lot of these conditions are actually deeply interrelated. There's strong correlations between depression and diabetes, between heart disease and anxiety. We need multidisciplinary teams to help people and not individual specialists. So we've got to reimagine the whole model of seeing specialists. And third, what frustrates the people who have to pay for healthcare whether it's employers or insurers or even governments, is that today in Malaysia, we're proud, right? Malaysia, so many things. We're also the #1 most unhealthy country in Southeast Asia. Is that our healthcare costs are growing at about 15% every year. That's 3x GDP. And yet more people still get sick. Why is that? I spend 15% every year and more people are still getting sick. Because healthcare is based on a fee-for-service model, right? Your doctor gets paid for that consultation, whether you get healthy or not, right? What if someone were to challenge that and say, is there a different model where we move the entire industry to one that's actually based on results or outcomes? Don't get healthy, don't get paid. That's what it means to go back to first principles and not just to look at digital as just, I'm changing from paper to PDF, right? From physical to virtual. Everybody does that, right? But how are we solving the deeper problems that our consumers face? That's what my team is doing at Naluri right now, right? How do we quantify health improvements, right? Can we actually get people healthy so that we can change the economics, whether it's physical health markers like weight or cholesterol levels or blood sugar, blood pressure levels? How do we quantify mental health, depression and anxiety and stress? Can we actually create quantifiable improvements and change the way insurance gets paid, employers pay based on actual health improvements? How do we deliver it online, not just from a video perspective, but a lot of other digital signals so that we can then create models, for us. How do we predict when someone is going to get sick before they get sick, right? From the text that they type, from the way they engage with certain modules, from various monitoring tools, so that we can proactively identify someone who's sick. So I'm going to actually share this one case. This data is from an actual 32-year-old Malay woman working in a government-linked company, being identified as someone with some potential early risk factors, but no medication yet. First 2 months, she started talking about her diet and exercise, but we were monitoring through text, translating text into emotional sentiment. This chart represents her emotional sentiment score. And then in December of that year, boom, predicted big drop. Her assigned psychologist reached out to her and said, what is going on right now? She goes, oh, thanks for reaching out to me. Husband's traveling, stuck home with kids. Kids are sick, no support system, performance appraisal time at work, boss on my case. I have no idea what to do. I was thinking of ending my life. She had suicide ideation and she did not reach out for help. So when we talk about mental health in our organizations, a lot of times support is, here's a phone number, call if you need help. But that's the reactive model, right? You expect someone to call and get help. But in Malaysia, less than 2% of our employees are actually picking up the phone call and getting help. But 30 to 40%, because we've quantified, we now have 100,000 data points of Malaysian employees in terms of quantifying their mental health. 30 to 40% have elevated mental distress. And by the way, that number is very skewed by age. Your 20 to 29s, that number is above 50%. Right? So as the workforce becomes much more millennial and the Gen Zs enter the market, the rate for mental distress will go above 50%. But only 2% are getting help. So we need to fundamentally change the model. Instead of waiting for people to come or put up their hand that says, I need help, how do we create new digital tools that proactively monitor, that engage and support each other? So I just shared that because I wanted to kind of give you the idea that digital is not just paper to PDF, but how do we solve real problems, right? And create something different. Now, I did promise, an example of a company, what it means to be truly transformative. because there are very, very few companies that do this. And maybe, you know, the team at MIT can elucidate us more with many more case examples. But obviously, this is the one industry that I'm a bit familiar with, was Netflix. Because Netflix, you know, a lot of people talk about how they disrupt Blockbuster, and Blockbuster no longer exists. But Netflix's business today is not the Netflix that you're familiar with. Their core business initially was DVDs delivered to your home. And they became a public listed company whose business was physical DVDs delivered to your home. And they became a public listed company all the way in 2003. And they started growing. And by 2011, you can see big increase in the share price. But what happened in 2011? Smartphones, internet, mobile internet bandwidth became big. And the CEO, Reed Hastings, said, you know what? This industry is going to change. People no longer need physical deliveries, but they should be able to stream. Now, they used to pay $1.90 per DVD. And he says, you know what? Let's create a model where for $6.99, you can get unlimited, watch as many shows as you want. But he says, we're going to commit and we're going to fundamentally transform the business practically overnight. Investors hated it. Customers hated it. Because if you're an existing customer and you're used to getting physical deliveries, I don't know how many of you, right, still keep your DVD collections at home, right? Because we were so proud of it, right? Like we had shelves of it. Look at my collection, right? And so these customers like, what do you mean you're not going to send DVDs anymore, right? A lot of customer complaints. Investors go, are you going to give up $1.99 per title and just sell everything for $6.99? That's terrible business. Sell Netflix, and the share price collapsed 70%. 70%. But that created a completely new baseline. And today, Netflix's share price is 12 times higher than the peak of 2011 before that collapse. Because when you fundamentally commit, we need to transform and change our business, you reset the whole organization. But if you do it as a pilot, like our friends, right? And your core business still remains, then 80-90% of your organization is still doing the same exact thing. So the project team that's just doing digital will just be in the basement. They'll never see light of day. That's not transformation. That's just piloting, right? Or paper to PDF versus truly committing to rebuilding our organization. And that's why, while we can spend a lot of time talking about leadership, for me, the one point that I wanted to share with you today is how do we shift leadership from here's a business plan, right? Imagine thinking about a typical company, right? Where you approve your business plan. How many times do you have to present to the board? The board says, okay, you know what? I change this, change that. I want to see optimistic case, base case, pessimistic case. I want to see a risk management plan, business continuity plan. But we know the world that we live in today, 2 months into your planning year, all the assumptions are gone out the window. How many of us on January 1st, 2022 thought that oil prices would be $120 a barrel? Zero. How many of you on January 1st, 2020 thought that there was going to be a pandemic? Zero, right? This is the pace of change that we live in today. But instead, here's the answer. Instead of putting all the rigor on the business plan, because here's the danger of the business plan. Once you have a business plan, because you've emotionally invested so much effort into your business plan, you focus on your business plan. And your whole board meeting, so your management meeting is just focused on this one column called variance to budget, variance to budget, variance to budget. I don't like variance to budget, right? Versus, imagine instead of all the rigor that we put into crafting the perfect business plan, what if we committed to measuring rigorously who is going to execute the plan? Who is going to execute? because I will posit to you that there are huge opportunities for us to actually develop people with the leadership skills we talked about, the smart and sharp skills, right? Do they have the curiosity to come up with new ideas and the courage to stop what they're doing? How do you measure that? There are ways. Do they have the agility to keep changing at a faster pace? How do you measure that? Do they have the empathy and connection? How do you measure that? Do they have the resilience? That means when things get stuck, can they really bounce back from? Can you measure that? How do we grow our leadership team so that we are effectively betting on people rather than betting on plans? Because if the plans will change, what we need to bet on is that our leaders who are going to execute this have the ability to change and adapt, right? Think about your board papers. How much of those board papers go towards assessing the team that will execute this plan? You don't, right? And it's time we do. It's time that we put a lot of rigor and emphasis on really picking the right people, giving them the right experience, and betting on people rather than betting on plan. So that is the last and only one takeaway that I want to leave you with, is to bet on your people instead of betting on the plan, but really figure out how do we develop a cadre of leaders who have the courage and curiosity, who have the ability to change to, that means challenge my assumption. When was the last time any of us changed an assumption that we held true? When was the last time you changed your mind about something? When was the last time you changed your mind? When was the last time, or how do we measure our ability to connect with employees, our ability to create that psychological safety? And how do we measure the ability to bounce back from? These things are measurable, and that's why, right, we can fundamentally change our organizations if we change leadership from plan to people. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please another big round of applause for that presentation. Mr. Azwan Osman Rani, founder of Naluri. So perhaps we have come to this session of the Q&A. So anyone on the floor, please come up to the microphone that we have prepared for you for the Q&A session. And that will take about a few minutes. Mr. Azwan, please back to the stage for the Q&A session. Silakan.
Hi. Lovely seeing you again. And I'll repeat it, it's okay.
Never mind. How do you transfer, for example, you're in a startup, okay? How do you transfer the mentality of a startup to a GLC?
Mhm.
And how do you transfer your energy in mentoring your people to scale, for example? And maybe you can share with us your burn rate. And also once you got your Hibiscus funding, your Series A, how do you get people to rally, to think and feel like you?
Wow. Okay. Burn rate. So I want to touch on burn rate because this is important. Let's reframe this as, how do big companies like a GLC that Swaimi mentioned make big decisions versus how do early stage investors make a decision? Number one, what I had talked to you about, it's I measure people rather than I measure plan, right? Because the early stage investor knows, I see all these business plans from startups. Everybody shows me this hockey stick, but actually I know none of these plans will materialize. But what I'm making my decision on, is this the right team? Do they've got both the experience and the energy and the drive to make this happen? However, early stage investors also know that 80 to 90% of startups will fail. Therefore, they don't bet on one team. They bet on 40 to 50 teams. They look at it as a portfolio, expecting that 80% of them will fail. And here's the difference. Why is it that in a corporate setting, we expect every business plan approved by the board must succeed? Because if you set that as a standard, all your business plans get watered down. It gets sandbagged because, you know, my KPI is success. And so I set the bar very low. So number one, how do we actually change our perception that I need to see you fail? I want to see that 80% of your businesses fail. Because by the way, if you've reached failure and your ability to keep doing the next thing and keep doing the next thing, you have the resilience that I need for you to lead on the bigger things. So as a board, as a supervisory function, how do we, number one, make those big bets? The other thing that Swaimi talked about is, even if I make 50 bets, I don't give each of them 50 million ringgit. First idea, good. I'm just going to give you 500,000. Prove to me in 9 to 12 months that you can actually take that idea and execute and show initial product market fit. Got that? Great. Next time, I'm going to give you 2 million ringgit. You got another 12 months. You got another 12 months, and you got another 12 months. Every time it's gated, which means I de-risk it. Whereas a big company, you go through 6 different iterations of a business plan. You go through 9 months, and then you make a decision. Boom, here's 50 million, go. And you've not even evaluated the team, right? So the fundamental difference, Swaimi, it's number one, it's not just the people and plan, but how do we actually bet on a portfolio expecting that many will fail? But it's how do we expect and accept failure? And then you start getting better. I start to know what was the failure, what are the causes of failure, how do I make better decisions? And then I gate it. So it's okay to, because I'm not betting 50 million initially. Initially, it might just be 500,000 ringgit. And that's the key difference. Because if we're going to change the way we make big decisions, it's moving from 9 months of planning and, you know, all the scenarios and then 50 million to 50 bets spreading 1 million each across 50, knowing that 80% of that 50 will fail. But then I scale up, I scale up, I scale up for the ones that succeed. And that's why someone even as big as Grab, you know, they've got a 12 to 18 month runway. At Series G, Series H, Series I, I've got 12 to 18 months to show progress. If not, I'm dead. And by the way, I experienced that, right? I've got, you know, like iFlix initially, small amount of money, 5 people in Mid-Valley, and we got to scale to 50 people. And then we scaled to 700 people, right? We got to about $500 million in valuation. Guess what happened in 2020? Something called COVID, right? Everything came to a grinding halt. All the investors wrestled, and effectively it was sold off to Tencent from China. So not everything will succeed, but we push it because the expectation is, you know what, you got to keep pushing to 3x to 5x your business in 5 years. If you fail, I move on to the next thing. But you got to find 50 Azrans, 500 Azrans, 5,000 Azrans, and even only 1 or 2 might succeed, but you got to bet on numbers. And not that every single plan, every single project must succeed. And that's the courage. It's easier said than done, right? But think about your boards. Are your boards willing to see projects die? It's a lot easier when it's smaller money, but you just need to do a lot more. So I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. And we have another question here from the floor, please.
Thank you, Azran. Great remarks. You know, one of the things that, you know, I'm a Facebook shareholder, so I'm hoping the metaverse is kind of like the Netflix thing, and that I'll be 12 up in a couple of years. But what I wanted to know is, like, how do you really take the conversation to, so with the Netflix example you gave, how do you take the conversation to the board, right? How did Reed take the conversation to the board and get that kind of buy-in and you know, how can you do that in this kind of phase here now? Because I think it's one thing for us to figure out the articulation of, you know, being, you know, more risk, you know, willing to take on more risk, having a portfolio of activities, but how do you kind of communicate that, engender buy-in? And it's not just with the board, it's internally as well, getting buy-in from your leadership team, et cetera, to move in this direction. And so just curious thoughts and recommendations you may have.
Thank you. I'm going to take a different approach to answer that question, which is I'm going to tell you how I did it wrong. And specifically to share with you today, pretty much my biggest corporate failure. I've got a lot of failures, but this one pretty much was like, boy, complete failure, got fired by my board of directors. 2014, running an airline, as much as 2008, 2009 global financial crisis was hard. 2010, we had the Icelandic volcanic eruption. 2011, we had the Tohoku Japanese tsunami, earthquake, nuclear tragedy. 2012, we had the Christchurch earthquake. Every year was a crisis. But 2014, 3 black swan events. March, MH370, plane went missing, still missing. July, plane was shot down over Ukraine. December, QZ8501, a fatal plane crash. Completely transformed, right? Now, in that period, in an extreme crisis period, my initial reaction as a leader was, I need to be strong. I need to be decisive. Here's what we're going to do. I went to my board and I said, board, because our core markets in Australia and China, demand has plummeted by 40%. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take 50% of our excess capacity and I will redeploy them in other markets. Here are my aircraft leasing contracts. I give my extra capacity to airlines in Europe who need extra flights for summer charters to the Caribbean, North African airlines who want extra flights to Umrah for Hajj and Umrah pilgrims. Because when I lease them, here's the other thing that happened in 2014. We don't remember history, right? But guess what happened in 2014? Remember one time ago, it's hard to remember, but the ringgit used to be 3 to the dollar, right? It seems like forever, right? But in 1 year, Asian currencies flipped. 70% of the airline's cost is US dollars. Ringgit, rupiah, Japanese yen, Taiwan dollars, Australian dollars, all of our revenue currencies plummeted. So at least if I take 50% of my capacity and lease it out, those leasing contracts are in US dollars. So number one, I reduce the overcapacity, I earn a positive margin, and I reduce currency mismatch. Logical, perfect strategy. And my board disagreed. Said, no, we're going to stay the course. And eventually led me to get fired. And for 2 years afterwards, I was so angry because I said my strategy was sound and logical, and yet the board didn't accept it. But it took 2 years of me calming down before an executive coach I worked with asked, Azran, could you have done something different? What could you have done different? What I did not learn and I did not appreciate that then is we need to connect before we correct. And this is why those empathy skills, those connection skills become so crucial. Board members actually are highly emotional. They are not logical and cold and calculated. If they don't think you're on the same side, if you've not shown that you've taken the time to see them one by one, to address their concerns, and you think you can win because your analysis is the best, it's the most logical sound, not going to fly. So this is why leadership in this new era is less about here's the right answer, but it's how do we build individual connections and individual relationships. It's the one-on-one conversations that happen at the board. Lesson number one, no decisions are actually made in board meetings. All the decisions happen behind the scenes. If you think you can go to a board meeting and win people over, not going to happen. And that's what we don't teach our leaders, how to make these connections outside of board meetings, to build those connections before the actual board meeting itself. But I lost all my hair in that process. So.
This was a wonderful talk, and I really liked the idea that you were talking about, that you have to look at possibilities of failure and accept them.
Yep.
Extremely good. The only trouble is life is complicated.
Yes.
So in a way, what you were saying when you explained in detail of how you would run such a company with a venture capital approach,
Yeah.
means, of course, lots of pilots.
Right.
Right? But you just were saying all these pilots are nonsense. You have to really go full force.
Yes. Yes.
That's the first thing. The second thing is, there is unfortunately a meta-analysis that looks at all the venture capital approaches.
Yeah.
And what they find is zero prediction of success whatsoever. The only thing where the venture capitalists make money on is the industry.
Right.
So they can predict whether this industry will be better than another industry. But you can never, ever say among my 10, I have one winner. As a matter of fact, it follows from what you were saying as well.
Good point. And this is why it's always, challenging when you do this amongst MIT professionals in a conference, because they come not just with analysis, but with meta-analysis. So here's how I would practically apply that in an organization. First, we're all resource constrained. The danger of having too many pilots is a lot of us get inundated with too many projects. So what I do is I create a fixed line. And let's say that line is either 30 or 50 things. At any one time, there are only 30 or 50 things that we will commit to do as an organization. But every week, because the moment you try to infuse agility and you create a culture where people come up with ideas, the inherent problem is you have too many ideas now. So what we do is we say, we're only going to do 30 or 50, depending on how much resource or capacity we have. Every new idea has to compete for a spot on that 30 or 50, which means you now have to argue why your idea is better than an existing project. And if you win, that project gets shelved. Right? So making that explicit resource constraint is what I think most organizations don't do, and there's a big opportunity to do. And that's a hard conversation. But in reality, once you do this for 6-9 months, what you realize is out of your list of 30, 25 pretty much keep going on, because many projects will take years to materialize. But it's that last 5, when a new idea comes, you know what? We're going to unseat. When you make a deliberate choice about what you stop and what are you replacing it, that's why you're not so much saying my first 51 will succeed, but there's this renewal. And sometimes the renewal is not necessarily a complete replacement, but there's a slightly better or refined idea. But what we've got to do in order to kind of institutionalize this in bigger organizations, it's forcing that conversation. Our management making that trade-off. You come up with a good idea, that team just came up with a good idea. Which existing idea are we going to stop to replace that? And I think just having that conversation will make a big difference to kind of a more output-oriented leadership culture. Ooh, another follow-up question. This is exciting.
Can I?
Yeah.
That's the approach that 3M uses, and it's not what Netflix used.
Okay.
I just wanted you to get to the point
fair
of
enough.
saying, hey, maybe we do need a much broader portfolio of ideas that we
absolutely
have some chance.
Sure.
But there's another issue.
Yeah.
And that's, of course, your peers, whom you actually have to translate it to.
Yeah.
They're as conservative as you are.
Yes.
In the habituality of that company. What do you do about that?
Oh, absolutely. So, for example, you're right. And this is why I keep coming back to, do we have the right team members with those right mindsets? At iFlix, in the first 12 months, I had to let go of 3 CFOs and 1 CMO because they came in they had great CVs. They came into the organization, but they had very fixed views. And by the way, the 3 CFOs to 1 CMO, that's kind of a reflection of risk aversion, right? And if we don't make those tough decisions about having the right people, because once you have some of these tough conversations and they're very fixed mindsets, you've got to make a decision that they're not fit for your organization. That's what we had to do. 3 CFOs, 1 CMO, first 12 months. Thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, an interesting open talk one. So thank you very
Okay,
much once
thanks.
again to Mr. Azwan Osman Rani, founder of Naluri, for that open talk one. Thank you very much once again. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are invited for a 15 minutes morning break. And of course, food is served at the foyer. So please enjoy and please continue observing the SOP. Take turn to the entrance to avoid any congestion. So please keep your distance to stay safe. And please be back here in the auditorium in 15 minutes time for our next session. Thank you very much.
Digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. It requires us to transform across all sectors.
ASB is a vibrant and inspiring community that really
Can you just set it to my first slide, please? Okay. It's not work. Okay.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, participants, we're about to begin our next session. It's going to be very interesting as well as the Open Talk 1. So we are heading to the Open Talk 2. So those of you, our distinguished participants who are still at the foyer, please come and join us in the auditorium. So we're about to begin, perhaps in a minute or two from now, please. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, participants, welcome back to our next session. It's the Open Talk 2 with the topic Sustainable Transformation Through Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Without further ado, please put your hands together for Prof. Charles Fine, Founding President and Dean of Asia School of Business. Dengan segala hormat dipersilakan, Prof. Charles, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning again. One thing I didn't mention earlier today is that this is probably the first time in 2 years that I've worn a tie. In fact, probably most days I just wore pajamas and slippers and work from home. So I hope you appreciate I dressed up, right? And I appreciate that all of you dressed up too. So thank you for coming back. So the title I wanted to propose to talk about a little bit this morning is Sustainable Transformation Through Innovation. So I managed to get 3 buzzwords into my title, and let's see if I can link them together in any reasonable way. In terms of innovation, I'm going to give you a small example of Asia School of Business, I think, as an innovative organization. So I've had the privilege of being the founding CEO and dean, and like Amran, who spoke before me, I had a failed startup before this one. I actually had a green energy startup back in 2001 that I was a part of. Came out of MIT, and we were a little ahead of our time. We were trying to turn waste carbon dioxide into algae and then into green biofuel, and didn't work 20 years ago. Maybe today the world feels differently about green energy, but we can talk about that a little bit. So I want to talk about innovation. I want to talk about transformation. I want to talk about sustainability, and I want to link them together in the sense that I think the way to get sustainable transformation is through innovation, and innovation is a lever and a process. So a little bit more about Asia School of Business. As I mentioned earlier, I won't dwell on it further. We're a partnership between MIT and the Bank Negara, and we've been around since 2015. And this building opened just when the pandemic hit its peak. So the building was finished and we weren't allowed to use it for almost a year because of the pandemic. And this is the biggest event we've had in this building because it hasn't been open that long. So we want to welcome you to our building. So let me say a little bit about our mission. Dato this morning in his opening remarks said, if you have passion about a mission, it makes a difference for the employees. The employees care, the people care. And this is the mission that was given to us by Bank Negara back in 2015. And I've highlighted 3 pieces of it. First, to become a premier school of management. So the aspiration and the vision of Tan Sri Zedi, who was Governor Zedi at the time, she said, I want Malaysia to have a business school that stands with the top peers in the world. It should be a premier school of management. And she wants to focus on transformative and principled leaders. So transformation is built into our mission statement and principled. So ethical and focused on doing not only what's profitable and what's beneficial, but what's right. And then focused on advancement of the emerging world. That is, the emerging economies are to be the focus of our school. So we're not, if a student says to me, well, my aspiration is I want to go be a trader on Wall Street, I say, well, we're probably not the right business school for you. If they say, I want to run a startup in the emerging world to help the developing economies in Asia. That's the kind of target audience for ASB. So we want to focus on collaboration with the emerging economies in the emerging world. So that's our mission. Since 2015, that's what we've been focused on. And we've made some progress along the way and have a ways to go. So our heritage, our intellectual heritage, comes from MIT. So MIT was established back in 1861. You can see the 1861 on the badge there. That's the seal of MIT. Back in those days, they used Latin. So mens et manus, it says right under the 1861. Mens et manus means mind and hand. And so the educational model of MIT is to use your mind and your hand. That learning doesn't come just from what you learn in your head, but what you're able to do, what you're able to put into action. So we use the term at ASB, action learning, to embody this spirit of connecting what we learn in our minds with what we're able to accomplish. So you haven't really learned something unless you can put it into action. You can make a change in the world, in your organization, in your people. The culture of MIT we've tried to bring to ASB is entrepreneurial. As we try to license, make everyone feel like they're licensed to bring their best ideas, to take advantage of their ideas, to push their ideas, and very, very flat organization. So egalitarian. So it's not who's at the top of the suite, whose in some sense ideas are most important, but it's who has the best ideas, the meritocratic approach to an organization. So you have the best ideas, it doesn't matter where in the organization you are, those are the ideas that matter, those are the ideas that make a difference. Also highly multicultural. So we celebrate at MIT diversity. You walk on the MIT campus, you feel a little bit like you're in the United Nations. Many people from many countries. And Asia School of Business, same thing. So in our 7 years of existence, we've had students from 57 different countries. 40% of our students are Malaysian, but we've had students from many different countries. Our faculty come from different countries, and our educational experience spans multiple countries. So we think the best education is an education that brings together the ideas and the cultures from many different places. No one culture, no one set of people has a monopoly on the greatest ideas. We want to take from everywhere. Hands-on, that's the mind in hand, right? What we think and we do. And the metric of value is it practical? Is it useful? Have we created some value? It's not, gee, that was a really good idea and I enjoyed thinking about that idea. It's, was that idea able to be put into practice and make a difference? So that's the culture of MIT. That's the culture that we've tried to bring here to the Asia School of Business. And we want to share that culture with you. So on top of the culture, or connected to the culture, are the values. What are the values that an organization cherishes, highlights, promotes? And we have had since our founding these 5 values that we focus on. First is respect for people, for everyone in our organization. Continuous learning and excellence. So our target is excellence, but you're not born, no one was born excellent. You have to continuously learn your way, grow your way to excellence. So I wrote under excellence, it says, aim high, fail forward, right? So we want to aim high, but we know we'll have errors along the way, make mistakes along the way, failures along the way, but keep aiming high, keep trying, continuous learning. It's part of well-being. So we want to take care of all the people in our organization. People can't be innovative, they can't be creative if they're not healthy, and healthy physically, mentally, spiritually. So we want to take care of our people, and that's a particular challenge if you have aggressive objectives for excellence. We want to be excellent, so we work ourselves hard in some sense to be excellent, but we have to take care of ourselves as well. We have to have a safety net. If we tell you to aim high, we tell you to climb that high ladder. If you fall off that high ladder, we've got to be able to catch you. So we have to be focused on well-being, and then collaboration. We don't believe in the individual superhero. We believe in the power of the collective. And I like to say all for one and one for all, that we're all in this venture together. So that's part of how we tried to pull together a set of values that reinforces the culture that we try to promote here at ASB. So in some sense, I've edited the MIT logo a little bit. and said it's not just mind and hand, it's mind and hand and heart. And the heart brings the passion. That people with passion are people who really move the world. And we want to inspire that passion, we want to recruit that passion, and we want to focus that passion on positive change in the world. So the heart is just as important as the mind and the hand. So what's our educational process or educational content? So Amran generously mentioned twice the concept of what we call sharp skills and smart skills. And I'll do a little plug here. So our Professor Loredana in the center there is one of our senior associate deans, and she just finished the book called The Job is Easy, the People Are Not, Smart Skills to Become Better People. And this is our part of what we're trying to impart in our organization, is that the sharp skills, and a lot of people, when they think about digital transformation, they think about the sharp skills. They think about, well, how are we going to do data analytics? We're going to do machine learning. We're going to apply the cloud. We're going to use all this technology. Absolutely. We need to understand the technology. We need to learn how to deploy it. We need to train our people. But we also need the smart skills. We need the organizational skills. We need the skills that enable us to be effective in organizations, to work together, to collaborate, to lead, and to follow. And so at ASB, we teach the sharp skills, we teach the smart skills, and then we deploy them in action learning. It's not enough to learn in the classroom. Every semester, every student is working in projects with our partner companies, implementing the sharp skills and smart skills for targeted projects. And so there's a constant reinforcement and a constant cycling between learning in the classroom and learning on the job, learning in the projects, learning in organizations where they're firing real ammunition, if you will. So sharp skills, smart skills, learning, and global perspective. That we have to take the best ideas we can find from all over the world. We, as mentioned, we recruit students and faculty from all over the world. We send our students on projects, not just in Malaysia, but far beyond. We take our students to the United States and MIT. So we try to imbue this global understanding of the world, again, to bring it back to focus on problems here closer to home. So that's some of what our educational philosophy and educational approach is. I'm going to be proud and maybe brag a tiny bit that we've gotten global recognition for our model. So in October 2017, we were called the most innovative MBA program in the world today. We got an award for best early stage MBA curriculum, and we're in one of the 10 biggest business school innovations of the decade. So some recognition. And so in some sense, thank you. So I want to take this as a little bit of validation that what we've been doing is we're on the right track. And as I said, we're on a journey. We're not done by any means. We're early in the stage. This building is about only 25% utilized compared to what it can be. And our impact is a small fraction of what we hope it will be. So we're on a journey, and we're delighted to have the opportunity to share that journey with all of you here today. So let's pause that 1 second. Let's just watch it, then I'll talk about it. Okay, is it going? So let me just say, yesterday was International Women's Day, and our marketing team made a video about International Women's Day, and nobody told me they were making it. Nobody asked my permission. They just made it, and then they published it, right? And that's entrepreneurship at ASB. And the reason I want to show it to you is because it's a picture of the culture that we've tried to create. And I'm very, very proud of this video, even though I had nothing to do with it. And I didn't even know about it until it was posted yesterday. But I'm excited by it, and I want to share it with you. So please celebrate what our team is able to do with the entrepreneurship license that they're given.
ASB is a vibrant and inspiring community that really practices and values gender equality. There's never been a time here at ASB where I felt I was below my peers, because I believe we have quite a flat hierarchy. In addition to that, I've had to work with some empowering and passionate women and individuals alongside every day, and it's been a euphoric experience. I definitely feel that my contributions and my ideas, my feedback, and my participation is highly respected here, and I am so grateful to be part of a community that's so supportive and inclusive.
When I first heard about ASB, I knew I wanted to do an MBA, but I wasn't sure if I was the right fit. I was not super confident, extroverted, masculine, like your typical MBA candidate. But I was curious, so I went for an info session. Professor Loredana was hosting the session, and she was dressed in an amazing outfit and killer heels. And then the second person I met from ASB was another strong woman, Emily, our director of admissions. And I figured out if this were the first two people I was meeting from ASB, and this is what the school looked like, and an MBA at ASB looked like, then well, sign me up.
The diversity of ASB has brought in a new whole experience for me. It has offered me a safe space to learn who I am as a woman. And being a young woman in this community, I'm very inspired by all the women leaders that we have, from our admissions team to our dean's office, all the way to our lecturers. I am so inspired to see what kind of roles that women are taking in our environment today. And I am so encouraged to know that I have a bright future in this community and in the world at large.
Well, to be honest, when I first was approached by ASB, so after I did my interviews, first of all, my interview was with a woman. I spoke to Gulnura, then I spoke to Emily, I remember, and then when I came to campus, I saw Professor Loredana, and like everything about ASB has sort of a feminine to it. So it didn't make me question, like when you enter a space where you see very limited women, that's when you think of diversity. Oh my God, is there a problem? But at ASB, I never felt like that. Woman who's like taking care, who's in charge, who's managing things. So it was never something that I thought of, which I consider a very good thing.
So the area that I feel really passionately about is something that I believe can impact society for the greater good in future. This would be about considering parental leave rather than just maternity leave and paternity leave.
Thank you to all the men and allies out there for championing gender diversity. Let's continue to support all women without having to feel like it's a task or a favor, because it's actually a right.
Well, I'm constantly inspired by the many female leaders in our ASB community, be it from the staff, the faculty, even the students as well, right? Not only do they create such a vibrant space in this campus, in this community, but the way that they operate with so much grace and strength in their day-to-day work, whenever I have interaction with them, it really gives me that sort of inspiration to model that kind of behavior in my everyday, day-to-day work as well.
Well, when it comes to gender diversity, it's really one of the most significant levers that you can have when it comes to impact. And if you think about, humanity and population, 50% of the world is female. And if you don't have gender diversity and provide opportunities fairly and equitably to females, then you're missing out on the opportunity to have significant impact. And this is why I think it's important for men to be supportive and create an environment that allows everyone to fulfill their potential and to contribute to maximize the impact of enterprises, organizations, family units, etc.
Thank you to our team for putting that together. To me, it brings to life some of what we've tried to do in terms of building an inclusive community, a community where 100% of the people can give 100% to their efforts. So I'm going to transform and shift a little bit. So as I said, my title is Sustainable Transformation Through Innovation. So I've tried to set the stage of what an innovation platform might look like. In some sense, I want to think of Asia School of Business as an innovation platform. We've kind of built a foundation and built the groundwork where innovations can grow and can flourish. And that transformation will come through innovation. So I want to say a tiny bit about digital transformation. And digital transformation is all around us. I think Amran's comments were right on target, and I was applauding his points in many cases. But what's good about digital transformation? Well, it improves the life of the customer, right? So we saw that Amazon Go video, right? Find the customer's pain points. Can we use digital technology to make lives better for customers more generally than customers, for consumers, for citizens, for people of the world? How can we use digital technology to make people better off? Can we come up with new products, new services, new opportunities for people? And can we find ways to be more productive, to use our human resources and all of our resources more productively? So lots and lots of benefit and opportunity from digital transformation. What's difficult about transformation? Well, there are many things, as we know. So first, digital transformation often means organizational transformation, and organizational transformation can be resisted. I mean, people get used to their job. They feel safe in their job. If you tell me my job's going to change, gee, I get a little nervous. Well, what if I'm not good at my new job? Or what if I'm obsolete? What if I don't have the right skills? It'd be better if we don't do this and just let me keep doing the thing that I've been doing all along, right? And so you have this challenge of potentially resistance. Then we have systems, legacy systems. Legacy systems can be hard to change, hard to upgrade. We're kind of stuck. We have legacy mental systems at the individual level, organizational systems, physical systems, infrastructural systems, et cetera. Oftentimes tough to live with those. And then we need skills. We need capabilities to bring about digital transformation. We need the smart skills and the sharp skills, if you will, the leadership skills and the technical skills. And to find people who have those skills, who are good at them, they're relatively scarce people. Quite frankly, a little advertisement here, we're trying to grow more. Asia School of Business's mission, grow more people with sharp skills and smart skills who can help bring about these kinds of important transformations. So digital transformation, huge opportunity, but significant challenge. So what are the pillars? What do we have to be good at? What do we have to conquer? So I put 4 pillars here: strategy, technology, operations, and people. Okay. And so let me just say a few words about each of these in the short time that I've got. So let me start with technology and try to use a visual example, right? So this might be a picture of somebody's legacy system, right? So in the old days, this is what communications looked like. We interacted through technology like that. And then we want to add new things. We want to add the cloud, right? So let's add cloud computing to our legacy system. And wow, now we've got much more capability. And then we say, oh, the cloud's not enough. We want IoT everywhere. So let's have IoT everywhere on top of our cloud, on top of our legacy system. And this is what we got, right? Not so easy to deal with at this point, right? And what's the competition got? What's Amazon Go got? Well, they got something like that, right? They're born digital. They come in with a different platform, different technology, different system. And how are we going to compete? Our legacy system, complex, outdated, fragile, and slow, compared to what Amazon Go brings to the table, if you will, right? Frugal, agile, digital, using A, B, C, D, artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud, data analytics, et cetera, right? So huge, huge challenge for any legacy organizations. And all of us know what our legacy organizations, where we're starting from. Not all of us get to be born digital, right? So you can be an Amran, say, I'm going to start a new company. You can be an Amazon, say, I'm going to start a new company. But for many, many parts of our society and economy, and that includes obviously GLCs in Malaysia and Sarawak and existing companies all around the world, you can't necessarily start from scratch. You've got to think about how do we address our legacy, our people legacy, as well as our organizational legacy and our technology legacy, and go forward to be as effective as the new guys on the block. Not an easy challenge. Radical transformation in some cases is required, right? So I think the point about don't do pilots, although perhaps controversial because maybe pilots make some sense in some cases, but sometimes you got to throw out the old. I mean, do you really want to build on what's on the left here on that picture? Or do you want to just chop down that telephone pole, cut out all those wires and say, we got to do something very, very different. So sometimes you got to cut the cord, if you will. So that's a few thoughts about technology, a few thoughts about strategy, and I'm going to, again, build on Amran's point. So we have this diagram that we use when we talk about innovation and strategy, which we call the S-curves, the innovation S-curves. What's the innovation S-curves? Well, it's a conceptual representation that over time, systems, technologies, organizations can go through two different kinds of innovation. What we might call incremental innovation and what we might call disruptive innovation. So incremental innovation is moving along the S-curve, right? So we have a certain system, a certain environment, a certain set of people, and we try to do continuous improvement. We work our way up the S-curve, we get improvement every day, every week, every month, and that improvement is good and important and valuable to the organization. But sometimes you get to a point in the history of your organization, your technology, your culture, whatever it might be, where the only way forward is a disruptive innovation, a radical innovation, a jump to something very, very different. And so we have to take a leap. And that leap can be scary. And it's partly scary because of a phenomenon that we call worse before better. All right. So what this picture represents is that the beginning of the next S-curve is actually lower than the old S-curve. That's the worse before better. That's the, you've got to take a risk. You've got a period of trial and error. Not everything's going to go right. So when you first take that jump to the new thing, you cut the cord on the legacy system and you put in the new system, there's going to be challenges. And so worse before better is scary because, well, how much worse is it going to be before it gets better? And how much better will it really be? And will it really be better? You know, there's uncertainty around this. There's no guarantee it will ever be better. We've got to take risks. So digital transformation and digital technological transformation is often disruptive, but often requires this leap. And the leaps are scary and they're risky. And Amran also mentioned one of my favorite examples, which is Kodak. So some of you who are all as old as I am, or maybe might remember boxes that look like this. This is Kodak film. Kodak invented photography around 100 years or so ago, or was one of the early innovators in photography. And so Kodak started out on one of these a low level in its original S-curve, and Kodak became the king of photography. And they went all the way up to the top of their S-curve, where they had billions of dollars in revenue, billions of dollars invested in the best engineers in the world, the best factories in the world, the best supply chains in the world, all built around their photographic technology, which was based on chemical films and paper, right? So chemical-based photography, there's a chemistry reaction that interacts with the optics that makes the photograph on the film, and then you would have to send your film into Kodak. Kodak would process that film and they'd send you back prints on paper. So how did Kodak make their money? They sold film, boxes like that, and they sold paper because they sold you they actually printed it out for you. You couldn't print it out by yourself to get these beautiful photographs. The profit margin on this orange box was about 90%. Kodak was making lots and lots and lots of money, okay? Wonderful story, incredible success story. And I have to tell you that the first big venture investor in MIT was George Eastman. George Eastman was the founder of the Eastman Kodak Company. And back in the 1920s or 30s, he gave many millions of dollars to MIT, which was a disruptive change for MIT. So MIT is very, very grateful to George Eastman and the Kodak Company for what they did for MIT. But was chemical-based photography going to last forever? Well, Kodak also had tremendous investment in R&D labs. And in those R&D labs, Kodak engineers invented digital photography. Digital photography was invented by the Kodak engineers. And the Kodak engineers were incredibly excited about it. And their proposal to introduce digital photography went all the way to the board of directors, of Kodak twice. And what was the presentation? This is an amazing technology for Kodak. It's so great. You don't need film and you don't need paper. And the board of directors said, you don't need film, you don't need paper. How do we make our money? We sell film and we sell paper. This is a terrible idea. This is going to give if you put us on that S curve, we're going to be way lower than where we are now. Worse before better. How do we know it's ever going to be better? And twice the board of directors said, no, we will not introduce digital photography. Put it on the shelf. And we all know what happened. Digital photography dominates today. Kodak went bankrupt. And so what do? You're in this situation where if you don't move, you stay where you are at the top of the old S curve, eventually somebody else is going to beat you. But if you move, it's worse before better. There's going to be some pain in most cases. We're going to have to go through this transformation valley, if you will. And so people, how do you get people to do that? How do you get people to take that leap, to take the jump into the unknown? You have to provide some safety. You have to provide some assurance that we're going to do this together, and we're going to do everything we can to try to make that leap as safe and as successful as possible. However, some of you may not be able to make that leap with us. We want to take care of you as well. We'll give you a pension, whatever it might be, social safety nets, because if you don't make people feel safe, they'll resist. They'll say no. They'll do everything they can to slow it down, to sabotage it. So it has to be safe for people in order to do it. And that's the well-being part of the values. You have to take care of everyone if you want everyone to support where you're going to go. Not easy. Okay? So I call this the strategic side. And so another way to frame this is that you need the strategy needs a business model. So the Kodak's digital film, digital photography was a new technology, disruptive technology, but they didn't have a business model. They only knew how to sell film and paper. What's the business model for digital photography? How are we going to make money? Well, I think the person who made more money on digital photography than anyone else is Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook. He monetized digital photography. He said, okay, I'm going to take digital photographs of people's faces, and that's going to be the basis for Facebook. And he got rich selling a platform for digital photography. Very, very different business model. That business model could not have been imagined by the Kodak people 35, 40 years ago, right? It took trial and error, experimentation by many organizations in some sense to come up with how do we monetize digital photography. It's not with the old model. So the strategy part, you get a new technology, disruptive technology, but you need a new business model in many cases. What's the business model that goes with the technology? Okay, so that's part of the thinking that we have to do. It's not just digital technology transformation, it's organizational transformation and business model transformation and people transformation, right? So let's talk about people a little bit. So I've said a little bit about ASB people, and we have presentations later on today and tomorrow. Professor Loredana is going to share a lot about people transformation, so I won't say that much, but I'm not sure. So I think about the evolution of humanity to today, to the age of digital technology. What does that look like? Right? So what's the modern man look like today in the digital world? So we went from, on the top picture, the next to last guy, at least he had a cell phone he could move around. Then the pandemic hit and you had to be home at your computer. So is the future of our lives, we're just going to sit in front of computer screens? Is that what digital transformation means? Is that the value proposition for all of our people? You get to sit in front of a screen for the rest of your life because we're going to be digital, and get fat, right? That's the message on the bottom side, right? What's it going to look like? And how about the ladies? So what's digital transformation look like for the ladies, right? So similar story, right? So on the one hand, we've got two different pictures of what the digital woman looks like today, but is that the be all and end all of what we look like, what society looks like in digital transformation? What's the picture we're going to paint for people? Where are you going to end up? What are you going to be? Who are you going to be? What's your life going to be like? How do we find enrichment in this era of digital transformation? So maybe it's a little humorous, But we have to answer those questions for the people in our societies, for the people in our organizations and our societies. What's the image? What's the picture of what your life is going to be like after we hit this nirvana of digital transformation? Okay. So last, operations. So my own field is operations. So I teach operations and supply chain professionally, more recently, some innovation and entrepreneurship. I think of operations as the action part. How do we put things into action? How do we operationalize our ideas? And I want to give an example from MIT, and then I'll give you some examples from Asia School of Business. So at MIT, we have a place called the Media Lab. The upper left picture is a picture of the MIT Media Lab. It's a fairly modern building. It was built in the last decade. The right-hand side shows you what every single room in the Media Lab looks kind of like this. It's all glass, and it's tinker toys of scientists, engineers working together, building new things. The one on the upper right happens to be an automotive thing where they're working on different kinds of transportation systems. The one at the bottom left happens to be about robots and robotic interface. And the picture at the bottom right, the tall guy with the funny-looking feet there, he's a professor named Hugh Kerr. And Hugh Kerr, when he was 18 years old, he was already a world-famous mountain climber. And he was in a winter mountain climbing expedition and got covered by an avalanche. And for 3 days, 3 nights, he was underneath the snow in minus 20 degrees Celsius temperature. And when he was finally rescued, both his feet were amputated. And he decided, I'm going to devote my life to helping amputees. And he got a PhD. He became a professor at MIT, and he invents a human devices to help people. Some of them are electronic, but he has many different feet that he wears, and he has his mountain climbing feet, he has his jogging feet, he has his walking feet, he has his dancing feet, and he's created many devices to help people who have disabilities of certain kind. Remarkable story. And not only is he an inventor and a creator and a developer, but he's a scholar. He has over 120 academic published articles on the technologies and the science behind what he's done. Incredible example of what MIT is a platform. So I said I want Asia School of Business to be an innovation platform, a platform where innovations can happen. So I think of MIT, where I spent 38 years of my life, as a platform for innovation, and just gives you one example of the kinds of things a guy with no legs can come into MIT and help try to change the world. Really, for me, heart-rending story. So what are we doing here at ASB? So just a couple of examples of how we're putting things into action. So we have a project on sustainable oil palm here at ASB. It's focused on that is not the big Simon Darbys, the IOIs of the world, but these small farm holders who have 1 acre, 2 acres, 5 acres. That's a total of 40% of all the oil palm production in the country. And there are, it's estimated, about 500,000 smallholders in Malaysia. So 500,000 families in Malaysia depend on oil palm plantations of size 1 acre, 2 acres, 5 acres. Okay? So it's a big part of 40% of the industry. Now, as you all know, there are people in the world who think oil palm is evil. They think oil palm destroys rainforests, kills the orangutans, oil palm is bad, it has to be banned throughout the world. And I would think most people in this room might say, that wouldn't be such a good thing for the nation of Malaysia or for the state of Sarawak if oil palm were banned across the world. And so we have been focused in our project at ASB on sustainability in oil palm. How do you achieve sustainable oil palm farming and plantations And then how do you certify that it is sustainable to prove to the world we're not killing the orangutans and destroying the rainforest. We're actually doing responsible, sustainable agriculture. And so we have a team of about 25, 35 people led by Professor Assad, who's one of our star faculty on oil palm sustainability. And this is a picture on the upper left. We took 50 of our students and we spent a week on an action learning project in the plantations. So we went to, this was done in Batu Pahat in the state of Johor. Johor has about 80,000 of these independent farmers, small farm holders. So we spent a week there and our students learned all about the oil palm supply chain. They learned all about oil palm farming, technology, processing, and then they spent that time working with the farmers on helping them understand from the research that's gone on in our center, how to be more sustainable and how to be more productive. And it turns out that you can both be more productive and more sustainable. That the oil palm productivity of the small farm holders is only about 1/3 if you look at tons per acre of the big guys. So Sime Darby gets a lot more fruit and a lot more oil per acre than the smallholders. So how do we teach the smallholders how to be more productive? So our research center has been working on that, and there's at least 2 steps. One, at first you have to figure out what are the practices, and then you've got to teach it to the farmers and convince them that these practices make more sense. And the whole supply chain is a challenge to how do we become both more sustainable, more productive, and how do we verify that? How do we certify that we're sustainable and to show the world this is a responsible industry, not an irresponsible industry. So we engage our faculty, our staff, our students. Am I running out of time? Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm almost done. So one of our action projects, right? I won't say too much more. I'll say another. So another one of the projects that we're doing with our students, our faculty, our staff is sustainable tourism. So this is an island off the south of southeast coast of Malaysia. It's a tourist island and it has pollution problems. These on the right, you see all the things that wash up onto the shore of the beaches of this beautiful island, and this island, the management wants to use solar energy, recycle the water, do everything to create sustainability in the tourism business. So again, we're taking our students, our faculty, our staff to go and see and work and collaborate with the people who are trying to build sustainable tourism. Okay? So I'll give you some example of what we mean by putting these things into action. And if I had more time, which I don't, I'd tell you how we're using digital technology. One might use digital technology in these projects, but I won't. I'll just be quick here. Last point, last thing we're doing, if you have a chance during the lunch break to go down 1 level into the ground floor, you'll see our Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center. So we've devoted some space to an Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center. We've created what's called a Fab Lab. Fab Labs were invented at MIT. It's a laboratory for where people can run their own experiments, build their own prototypes, do trial and error. And so get your hands dirty in building physical things. So we've got that facility downstairs and you're welcome to go take a look. It's literally just about directly underneath the auditorium here. So it's at this end of the building, 1 floor below. So innovation. We need a platform for innovation. We need to focus, we need to understand these pillars, and we need to be thinking about sustainability. And because I've used up my time, I'll just say this one last thing. There's a student credo at MIT. We are the leaders we've been waiting for. It's sort of like, well, what are you waiting for? Well, we're waiting for the leaders to show up. You are the leaders. You are the leaders who have been waiting for. We've all got to be leaders to go forward. We can't kind of wait for who's going to show up and tell us what to do. We've all got to be innovators. We've all got to be leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Prof. Charles. Perhaps we have questions from the floor, ladies and gentlemen, and also to those participants joining us via Zoom. Please leave your questions in the chat box as well. So we have questions from our participants. And yes, please.
Oh, sorry. Hey, hi, Prof. How's it going? I'm Hassan from Strategic Economy Corporation. Love your presentation. just on building that culture of innovation and entrepreneurship from your experience in the school, right? Using your example of that nice video of the women leaders and for the International Women's Day. How do you, as a leader, start to empower, accept that, okay, empowering your team, your people is key. How do you begin to do that? And what are the first steps? What would your advice be? Because I think from the GLC's point of view, a lot of it is more hierarchical. It's by design because there's a lot of public accountability. But how do we build that culture of empowerment to the team? Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I have to say, compared with you, I had a very easy job because I got to start with a clean sheet of paper and employee number one, right? So I didn't have to deal with the legacy picture that I showed you, whereas many of you may have significant legacy organizations and structures that you have to deal with. So how do you get, so how did I get started? It was trying to hire really great people, to try to find the talent that I thought could lead and that I didn't need to lead, that is, have distributed leadership, to have lots of people who I thought were capable and who could lead, who could be innovative. That I think at the top, you have to set the tone. You have to constantly say, what's the vision? What's the mission? Let's make sure we're consistent with the vision and the mission, that we're all headed in the same direction, but lots of opportunity for people to grow. So that's harder in a legacy organization. I think you have to look through the people you have and say, who are the people who I think can lead us to the next S curve, if you will. And you might say, I have some of those people in place. I don't have all the people I need. And I think in a legacy organization, you need, in some sense, courage and strength to say, there are some people who probably it's time for them to retire and new blood needs to be brought in. And that's where I said you need the safety net, right? How do you help people retire with grace? How do you help people retire in a way that they're willing to retire, that you honor them in their retirement for everything they've done, rather than say, you're obsolete, we're just going to throw you out the door, right? So I think that would be my number one thing, is find the right leaders and find a way to transition the leadership where you minimize the resistance and you help the people you celebrate the people who brought you to the point where you are, but you ask them, take a position of honor on the side as we bring in the next generation.
More questions from the floor or perhaps from our participants on Zoom platform as well? To Prof. Charles, the founding president and dean of Asia School of Business. Anyone, please come to the mic nearest to you, and the mic won't bite, I'm sure enough.
I know we're short on time, so if there aren't questions, we can go.
Okay. Is that all? So there you have it. That's a wrap for Open Talk 2, ladies and gentlemen. Another big round of applause, please, for Prof. Charles Fine, founding president, dean of Asia School of Business. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. And ladies and gentlemen, so we're about to get ready for our Open Talk 3. So it's going to be another interesting session with the topic of digital leadership in transformation, ladies and gentlemen. So another interesting 30 minutes, or 45 minutes rather, with the later on we have another Q&A session. So perhaps you guys are ready with anything that pops in your mind. All right, any questions, please get ready. And also to our distinguished participants, join us via Zoom platform as well. You're welcome to drop your the chat box anytime. All right. So for now, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our next speaker, Ms. Zulera Abu Bakar, the Chief Executive Officer of Malaysian Research Accelerator for Technology and Innovation, Meranti. Dipersilakan. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. A very good afternoon. No, it's still the morning. It's a beautiful day, and thank you for having me at this beautiful campus. Thank you, Scope and Asia School of Business, for having me here today. You know, I've always been a big fan of this campus, and I've always mentioned this to Prof. Charles and Prof. Lordena as well. You know, I wished I worked here So, sorry. It's such a beautiful campus and it just gets your mind going, right? So, so today I'll be speaking about digital leadership. All right, so we heard from Prof. Charles about digital transformation. And you might wonder why I'm speaking about digital leadership. So just a quick background of who we are. So you may notice that, right on the top is probably too small, but we are the Malaysian Research Accelerator for Technology and Innovation. It's a new entity, but it's all not that new. Yeah. So we are basically a merger of two entities, which is Magic. I don't know if some of you know, some of you may have known me from Magic, the Malaysian Global Accelerator. Sorry, the Malaysian Global Innovation and Creativity Center, yeah, and Technology Park Malaysia. So I came on board Technology Park Malaysia about a year ago, and so we merged Technology Park Malaysia and Magic. So it's the content part of entrepreneurship and technology. We've merged it into the physical infrastructure that we have in Bukit Jalil. Yeah, so I'd be happy to have any conversations around infrastructure and support that we can provide to local entities as well as government agencies and GLCs alike. We are a government agency, GLC if you like. We are under the auspices of the Ministry of Science, but we report to the Economic Planning Unit as well as MOF. Yeah, so that's who we are. Now, oops, sorry about that. So why are we talking about digital, right? So what's digital? What's digitalization? Ultimately, digitalization is really getting technology into the process of extracting data and using data to make meaningful decisions. And the whole data process or data extraction process comes from usage of technology. And technology is a tool. And here we are in the business of building technologies, in the business of accelerating technology, right? So digital is different from digitize, yeah? Digitize is where you basically convert your Word document into PDF. Digital is the process altogether. However, to get into digitization is equally important, right? So just to give you a sort of overview on what that is. Of course, you heard a lot more from Professor Charles before this, but transformation is one. Then we have to go into digitalization and how do we actually lead in that process. So which is why we're talking about digital leadership today, right? Now, the next slide. I don't know if you have known of this futurist. Yeah, I'm a big fan of him, big fan of his. You may look him up, and you'll find plenty YouTube videos talking about his concept of the good future, right? A good future, which is about sustainability, which is about the use of right technologies to impact humankind, as well as to solve key problems that are facing the world right now. Now, he says that the future is already here. Things that we have known as science fiction in the past is becoming a science fact, right? Now, how many of you have heard or know of Michael J. Fox? Oh, those of you who are my age, man, right? So maybe the millennials don't know Michael J. Fox. So you've probably not watched Back to the Future, right? But you should watch Back to the Future because many of what was shown in Back to the Future 40 years ago has now become reality, right? So, the mad scientist in Back to the Future, the mad scientist. So he says, the future or your future is what you make of it. So make it a good one, right? And this was said 40 years ago, right? So it is essentially what we make of it. So let me just share with you what are the technologies that have that the movie actually got right. So they had table computers, voice activated tech, video conferencing, augmented virtual reality, drone film news footage, mobile credit cards, super thin digital camera, and the list goes on. Of course, the most popular one is flying cars. We may not have flying cars today, not in Malaysia at least, but we know a lot of work is being done to actually develop flying cars. Well, it's drones, yeah, by the way. So it's here. The future is here. So I think it's very important to understand that technology evolves very, very quickly. I think in the last 2 years, as we have struggled through the pandemic, we have seen transformation or growth in technology and digital leadership faster than we have seen in the last 20 years or 10 years, right? So we needed the pandemic, or we needed a push for us to get in that direction. And I tell everyone this, the pandemic is the chief transformation officer. You need not hire anyone to transform your organization. All you need is a pandemic to do it for you. Yeah. So I think it's happened, and it will happen again in the future. So the question is, what are we doing about it? How are we taking leadership? How are we taking charge of the situation? And how are we equipping ourselves for the future? And there is no other way to do this but through technology, innovation, and digitalization. Yeah. Now, the quest for digital leadership, of course. We live in an age where everything is technology, right? Everything is high octane mobile commerce growth, proliferation of gig economy, which has actually got us all into the survival mode in the last 20 months, right? Can you imagine if we did not have the internet? Can you imagine if we did not have digital tools to help us through? Yes, we are in an economic, situation right now, but imagine what it would be if we didn't have technology and digitalization to help us through the last 20 months. It would have been catastrophic, right? So again, everything is about data. Everything is about making informed decisions. Data is the new oil, right? And speaking of internet, right? In some countries, it shot up by 60% just in the last 2 years, right? And now that is all contributing to this screen that you see, right? Now, the rise of digital technology is not only leading a new round of economic and industrial transformation, but it's also reshaping society and government and transforming governments, right? So digital technology and innovation has a direct correlation to economic outcome. Yeah. So, I mean, if you look at it from a state's perspective or from a country's perspective, the more you invest in digital, the more you invest in technology, your ROI is many, many folds. Yeah. Now, the digital has enabled different parts of the world to navigate challenging times. And I've mentioned earlier, through COVID-19, many governments, organizations have strengthened the strategic approach to digital transformation to raise industrial competitiveness, right? And to emerging technology capabilities through technology transformation policy as well as roadmap, right? So if we look at the chart that we have here, yeah, well, let me just have 1 second. So if we look at the chart, you'd have stall out, stand out, watch out, and break out. All right. So this is how countries have actually responded to digital transformation. So the digital evaluation scorecard, which is an analysis of all of these economies based on indicators across 4, which is supply, demand, industrial environment, innovation, and change. Now, Malaysia has done okay. We've done actually quite well because we are amongst the standout economies seen as both digitally advanced and have exhibited high momentum. This also goes back to the activity that has happened in the last 20 months, right? So it's not just Malaysia, it's globally, but thankfully we have been seen as a digitally advanced nation, right? Which means that we have in place the necessary infrastructure, necessary talent, and necessary support. But we just probably need to enhance this further and collaborate. right? Collaboration is key. Now, what does it take to be a standout economy, right? So the country's placed priorities to expanding adoption of digital consumer tools, e-commerce, digital payment, attracting training, and retaining digital talent, as I mentioned earlier. Fostering digital entrepreneurship ventures, providing fast fiber optics internet, 5G, right? And mobile broadband across mobile internet access, coordinating innovation between universities, business, and digital authorities, among others. Now, the level of digital evolution has helped cushion against the pandemic. Okay, we spoke about this. Now, they tend to also be better at delivering public services, these standout economies. I think Professor Charles also mentioned this earlier. Digitalization actually changes the way a business operates and delivers services and products to its end users, right? And this includes the public sector, right? Delivering services by the public sector. Now, I think what's also very important is SMEs and entities and startups alike all working together to actually get on this digitalization bandwagon. It is really about working together, which is why we encourage SMEs to work with startups, to work with fledgling entities, to work with new technologies, to onboard these new technologies in order to equip them through the digital journey. Because you want to actually enable that in your business in order to deliver good services and product. Efficient, that is what consumers want these days, right? You know what you want. And businesses should know what you want based on the data that you're giving them. And so that's e-commerce, right? So many a times that you'd be probably scrolling through something, Googling something, and you'd realize that they're already pushing things that you're thinking about or things that you were just searching, right? So it's called targeted advertisement. Sometimes I feel that the phone is listening to us, right? And these days they've gone a step further. I'm thinking about it and my phone's already showing me. I don't know how. Yeah. And law of attraction, perhaps. I don't know. Yeah. So now, Southeast Asia. 150 million adults, or 31% of the population, are digitally excluded. Now, here we speak about digital divide, right? How do we achieve digital leadership as a nation if there are parts of our society which are excluded from the digital journey? All right, so I think that is a core mission from a policy standpoint and from a facilitation standpoint. Right? The digital divide has to be bridged. And because digital divide is such a big issue, it can also stand in the way of progress if not addressed. Right? So you realize that a lot of technology support, digitalization, high-speed internet is concentrated in urban areas, right? In towns, in cities. But when you travel, say, maybe 100 or 200 kilometers outside of Klang Valley, you'd realize some places don't even get 3G or 4G. Yeah. So again, it's really about connectivity. It's really about enabling every part of the society to be able to get on that digital journey, right? And it's as fundamentally, we will need strong internet support. Yeah. Now, in Southeast Asia, as I mentioned, 150 million adults, 31% of the population digitally excluded. And this was actually based by a report by Roland Berger. Disabilities, illiteracy, age, wealth concentration of economic activities in urban areas and enterprises, and access to capital are amongst the common factors that are resulting in digital divide. Now, Malaysia's journey for digital transformation is for the people, ultimately. Malaysia has sustained its digital growth by boosting accessibility and affordability, while policy and infrastructure dimensions score anywhere between 96 and 73, as you can see. Yeah, respectively, the broadband quality is still low at 45. Yeah, this may dampen our efforts for greater digital inclusion. And again, as I've alluded to, digital inclusion is critical for both personal income growth and macroeconomic development. I'd go back to speaking about what has happened to us in the last 20 months. If it is not for internet, if it's not for e-commerce, if it's not for digital connectivity, I think we would not have survived. Many businesses were impacted, but can you imagine if the businesses had not gotten on the digital bandwagon? What would have happened to them, right? So it's really digital impacting lives and livelihood. And that in itself is an enough or sufficient reason for anyone, for any entity, for government, state, anyone to be on board the digital journey, right? You just cannot run away from it. We have to be part of that digital revolution. Now, as representing government, this is why we have the Malaysian Digital Economy Blueprint, which is My Digital, which was launched last year as an important game changer, right? So in short, the purpose of the blueprint is to help guide transformation of Malaysia into a digitally driven, high-income nation and a regional leader in digital economy. But again, and I say this time and time again, we cannot do this as a country if we do not collaborate, and efforts does not start in every part of the country. So it has to start with the states, it has to start with the society, it has to start with businesses, right? So, and the aggregate effect of it is that Malaysia will have digital leadership. Okay, now maybe if I could just share what are aspirations of the My Digital, basically that the people can enjoy improved digital literacy, high paying jobs, improve social well-being, and businesses, particularly micro and SMEs, will enjoy greater opportunities to build and expand locally and regionally. And of course, an opportunity to integrate technology and digital tools into revenue streams. Now, coming back to the government, a digitally enabled government will provide integrated end-to-end online government services. I've touched on that earlier. Now, again, the blueprint will strengthen, elevate the sustainable development of digital economy, right? So essentially, a future of digitally empowered high-income nation with Malaysia as a regional leader in digital economy is something that we should work towards, right? We are working towards that, but we still have a long way to go. Yeah. Now, digitalization and innovation. Now, innovation is widely recognized as the economic growth driver of the future. Many of today's most significant innovations are being created by new generation of businesses that are almost entirely digital. New businesses these days don't own assets, right? Cars transactions are done online without any ownership of assets. Transportation services are provided without any ownership of assets. Business literally generate revenue and profits without owning anything but their workforce, because everything is digitalized and everything goes and happens. Every business activity happens on a digital platform, right? So I'm sure you all know this. Combined market value of the 4 most innovative companies in the world, right? Microsoft, Alphabet, Apple, Amazon. $7 trillion and 2 times the GDP of ASEAN. And it's all back on a digital business model. But the very digital business model is built on the back of multiple emerging technologies: artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, multiple coders, multiple technologists, multiple engineers and software support is behind this digital platform, right? So technology enables digitalization, and it's so absolutely important for us to look at the technology acceleration process, technology invention and creation process, yeah? Now, we'll see from this chart, as you can tell, that the world's wealthiest countries based on GDP per capita by the International Monetary Fund and those scoring high on the OECD Well-being Index are also amongst those who are most innovative. Yeah. So 5 countries, Switzerland, Denmark, USA, Netherlands, and Sweden all appear in 3 categories: wealth, well-being, and innovation. Right? So there's a direct correlation between innovation and the society's well-being. Right? 4 countries, Singapore, Norway, Iceland, and Finland appear in any 2 of these categories. Now, we have to be here. Right? So what do we do to actually elevate ourselves in the global scene, right? So we have to get the work started, right? And we have to multiply innovation with the intent of multiplying wealth for the country, right? It can't be a hit or miss. It has to be a targeted approach for continuous improvement and for us to get on this digital leadership trajectory. Yeah. Now, we look at the Malaysian Innovation Index. As I've mentioned, innovation and technology is core to digitalization. It is what digitalization is all about, right? So a recent report highlighted Malaysian digital economy contributes to 1/5 of the GDP, and we are the second most digitally advanced nation in Southeast Asia. No prize for guessing who's the most digitally advanced. And Malaysia's digital economy is expected to contribute about 22.6% of the Malaysian GDP and create about 5,000 new jobs by 2025. Now, the recently released Global Innovation Index 2021 shows that Malaysia is ranked 3rd after China and Thailand as the most innovative country in the upper middle group category. Yeah. However, what's not so great is that we have actually gone down the ranks. We were ranked 33 in 2020. In 2021, we're ranked 36. In this case, a bigger number isn't good. Right? So we have to do better to jump up the ladder and be top 20. Right? So that's a target that the government has set under the 12th Malaysia Plan, which our entity is part of in terms of delivering these KPIs. Again, I keep saying it's not something that we can do by ourselves. We will need to collaborate. Yeah, we need to put our minds together. Right? We have enough fundamentals to be a digital leader, but we'll obviously need to get our act together to do this in a better way, right? Now, as I've mentioned, we have enough to be a leader. We've got the right policies to support the digital leadership. We've got the National Robotics Roadmap. We've got the My Digital Catalytic Projects Task Force. Of course, we have 5G and partnerships across the country at the moment. We've got the National 4IR policy and a very important program, which is Jendela, right, which is responsible for equipping the country with broadband network and followed by, of course, 5G afterwards. And we also have the National Technology and Innovation Sandbox, a platform that we're very proud to speak about. This is a platform that was introduced during the COVID pandemic. It was introduced in 2020 by Magic. We presented this platform to the Economic Action Council at the time with the sole purpose of accelerating local technology companies. Right? So we needed a platform that would not only provide facilitation, but would also provide sufficient support and funding. And when I say support, it is support in the form of technology adoption, regulatory facilitation, which is very important. And many of the industries which are to be disrupted by technology would have regulatory hurdles, right? Because as we know it, regulations don't move fast enough with the industry. And regulations don't move as fast as technology do. So they inevitably would have issues with regulations. And this is where the National Technology and Innovation Sandbox comes in as a platform to help these entities, young entities, growing technology startups, and we prioritize local companies because we want our Malaysian talents to reach global standards. Yeah. But of course, we emphasize collaboration and partnerships with global entities because we want exposure. We want our local talents to understand how things are done globally, how successful global companies have grown from strength to strength, how Google actually turned out to where it is today, how Facebook is where it is today, how Amazon is where it is today, right? Now, we have our local names. We have Carsum, we have Aerodyne, we have Faith, we have Boost. Yeah. And some of these companies are already unicorns, serving the global markets with global footprints across multiple countries across the globe, across the continent, right? So this is a testament of our Malaysian talent, a testament to our Malaysian digital talent, right? And this is one way for us to take the digital leadership route, to be a leader in digital, right? We need more talent. And how do we do that? I guess this is where we will work with Scope and Asia School of Business. Yeah. So now, we talk a lot about digital leadership, but why is it important to businesses, especially in the post-COVID era? Yeah. So digital tech and infra is only a small part of key elements needed to enable digital transformation. More effort is required for businesses to understand the spectrum of intervention that is required. This includes data collection and analytics. This is to encourage more innovation, understanding what the customers need, and last but the toughest part of all is to build talent and the enculturation of digital transformation. Yeah. Now, again, we have spoken at length about the pandemic and how it has basically highlighted the need for digital transformation. But this transformation process comes at a cost, right? Businesses should aim to tackle the biggest pain points first to optimize cost, right? So technology, innovation, and digitalization should first be looked at from a perspective of solving problems. You solve the problems of your entity, your organization, the gaps within your operations through technology and innovation. And then thereafter, how does your organization then, or your startup then, solve the bigger issues that the country will face? So essentially, technology, innovation, digitalization is this one big tool to solve the world's and the country's biggest and most pressing problems. And this is across these sectors that you see: healthcare, real estate, financial services, manufacturing, retail. Yeah. And all of these decisions, all of these business operations are very, very dependent on data, right? So the data that you capture, the data that you synthesize is absolutely important to make data-driven decisions for your businesses, right? So let me just share a recent survey that was done by the Malaysian Productivity Corporation, MPC, right? It found that many SMEs, particularly from manufacturing sector, so I spoke about manufacturing sector earlier, still face challenges in implementing digitalization initiatives, right? So according to the survey, which polled 173 73 companies, financial capability is the top reasons why SME have yet to adopt Industry 4.0. Right? I think we realize that this is a problem. Technology adoption is costly. So for businesses that have operated in a certain way, analog, manually in the past, will need to onboard technology. And it needs to be planned accordingly. So which is why we tell our companies or SMEs to embed a digital technology in the growth journey of every organization. If you're a startup, then well and good, because you are tech from get-go. You are mobile enabled from the get-go. But if you're starting to get on the digital journey, then you will have to build in the digital roadmap into your organizations, which will come at a cost. But I think the perspective that we take, that it is not a cost, it is an investment into a better, brighter future, right? Which will then give you the ROI that you need, which is basically sustainability. Right? If you want your business to operate sustainably, you want to be alive for the next 10 years, then you have no choice but to get on the digital bandwagon, right? Otherwise, you just die. And you die, not a slow death, you just die. Okay? So, again, we can always talk separately about what businesses need to equip themselves with, you know, the digital transformation. There's so many partners out there, so many entities out there that can lend you help in building your digital journey. Right? Now, key elements towards digital leadership again. So we spoke about it just now. Digital technology and infrastructure supported by policy willingness of businesses to invest. So I used the word cost earlier and I correlated it with investment, right? Sometimes necessary spend for any company or any entity in the direction of growth needs to be looked at from an investment perspective, right? I would say it's important for entities not to be penny wise, pound foolish, right? So of course, then you have data and analytics as a foundation for relevant and predictive digital strategy, innovation, of course, stakeholder engagement, right? So why do you want to get on the digital journey? So you can understand your customers better, right? Understand the people that you serve. And of course, then to also nurture talent and digital culture. You know, the talent these days, they're not going to work for entities that are less digitally savvy, right? Everybody wants to work for a tech company these days. If you ask a graduate, what do you want to become? No one tells you that they want to become an accountant or a lawyer. Everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, right? Everybody wants to be part of a startup. Everybody wants to be associated with technology. So how do you attract talent? How do you attract young, bright talent? It's by equipping yourself with digital leadership, digital technology, innovation. Yeah. Now, maybe let me share a little bit about what we do. I'm coming to the last part of my presentation. Earlier when I started, I mentioned what Mranti is all about. A quick recap, the Malaysian Research Accelerator for Tech and Innovation. Now, the reason that we are here today is to address a key gap within the technology and innovation ecosystem, which is the gap really is that the fact that we do not have sufficient local technologies to support the technology, the advanced tech nation vision, digitalization focus. We just don't have enough talent. We don't have enough technology, and we need to support that. That's a big gap. So, I mean, technically put, the reason why we are here today is because we need to address the commercialization rate issue, right? What is commercialization? Commercialization is where your technology hits the market, you're able to generate revenues. Your technology actually makes money. It serves customers. Then you have commercialized your technology. However, our commercialization rate is nowhere compared to what it should be. It's nowhere compared to what Singapore has, what Thailand has, what Korea, what China has. Maybe Prof. Charles would, can shed some light on that. But our rate of commercialization is low, and we have to do something about it. And how do we do something about it? Is by connecting where the talent pool sits, providing them with the necessary facilitation. And this is in the form of technology adoption, funding facilitation, regulatory assistance, connecting the various ecosystem, the stakeholders, to enable everyone to come together, right? And this would then in itself match market needs and supply. Demand and supply. That's essentially what we want to do. We want to match the supply, which is probably in the academia, or any of you who's thinking of starting up your own technology companies and do not know where to go, do not know how to commercialize your technology. You can come to us, right? So we don't do everything by ourselves. We work with partners, we work with the academia, we work with corporates, we work with the startups, right? Think of us as a bridge. That's essentially what Ranti is all about. So we focus in the ideation and applied research, right? We look at prototyping and viability testing. We have incubation facility at TPM. We have labs if companies wish to incubate their technology and to be supported. And we, of course, support and will be there through the process of scaling up and commercialization. So, I'm happy to take questions after this, but that's essentially what we do and why we are here, right? It is an important mandate. But it's also a mandate that we cannot deliver on our own, right? But it's also a mandate that would lead towards Malaysia's leadership in digitalization. So I guess with that, I've actually come to an end of my presentation, but maybe I can share some targets before I end. For many of you who know about the Rancangan Malaysia ke-12 or the 12th Malaysia Plan, right? So the 12th Malaysian Plan has actually some very steep technology targets. So some of the targets include 2.5% of GERD to GDP, right? Which is basically spend in R&D as a percentage to our GDP. Currently, we're only at about 1%. So within the next 5 years, our role as a country is to raise that percentage to 2.5. Then we are also looking at a 70% R&D expenditure by private sector. We're currently at about 43% in 2018. Let me tell you why this is important. In many countries where you have technology and digital leadership, many of the countries' private sector invest in R&D. If you look at countries like China and Korea, the investment by private sector into R&D is anywhere between 70 to 80%. We are only at about 43%. Okay. Now, of course, then the other important matrix or the parameter is basically the number of researchers or R&D output. A lot of the R&D output right now is from the public sector in Malaysia. It's from the universities. In other countries, the ratio is reversed. Right? A lot of the R&D happens in private institutions in other countries. So which is why when the R&D happens in the private institutions, it is very much driven by market needs. So I can go into a whole long list of reasons and conversations on this altogether, but simply put is that there is a mismatch between the R&D, where the research areas lie, and what the industry needs. So our role is basically to bridge. All right. Now, again, I guess the last thing is that we want to be ranked top 20 in the next 5 years. The Global Innovation Index, we're now at 36. Let me remind you, we've actually gone down 3 rungs. So we want to go back up so that we're top 20 in the next 5 years. So I guess with that, I will end my presentation today. We've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we take questions. Before we take questions from the floor, ladies and gentlemen, so Ms. Zulera, we have one question for you from our chat session, which is a chat box on the Zoom platform. What are the national policies to ensure connectivity in rural areas for Sarawak?
Can't comment much on that, but as you know, Jendela as well as the recent 5G announcement will be the two key platforms to enable connectivity in rural areas, right? So I know that both the Digital National Berhad and the 5G initiative, as well as Jendela, has got targets to meet. Yeah, so I think within the next 3 years, we're looking at about 80-90% connectivity. Yeah.
Thank you. And yes, questions from the floor. Silakan.
Sure.
Hey, how's it going, Zulaira? Maybe I should save this panel this question for our panel later, but one of the things, these are very ambitious targets that you all have. Yeah. If Malaysia achieves all this, this will be fantastic for the nation. But one of the things that's happening in the digital and technological industry is that it's becoming a global industry for human capital. And so as part of this plan, have you guys thought about measures in place to retain talented Malaysian human capital that would probably be a byproduct of you all achieving many of these objectives?
Yes, definitely, right? So I think digital talent is a big priority right now. However, like I've mentioned, it is not something that can just be done by one entity. It is a collaborative effort. So we have the Ministry of Higher Learning, we have the Economic Planning Unit that have also allocated priority areas as well as budget towards talent development, because a lot of talent retention and talent development also needs to start at the higher learning institutions. Right. So yes, the answer is yes.
Ms. Zulera, Dr. Sabaria.
Yeah. Zulera, congratulations for your very well presented to us this afternoon. In fact, I also would like later on, maybe during the panel, we can talk about a little bit more on the talent. Yeah. Now, I'm just looking at, I'm trying to figure out, I was asking Prof as well, just now sitting next to me, that how do you reconcile the profiles that you have on digital leadership, quest for leadership, with the global competitive index by the World Bank, because the countries that you lay out is in the digital quest for leadership, digital leadership, is totally in a different quadrant, So how do we actually, if we were, Malaysia stands out in that, in terms of moving into the global competitiveness index, because obviously the countries that has been profiled is totally out from that, what you call that map. Yeah. How do you reconcile these two?
So I think, I'm not sure if I understand the question directly, but the thing is, I don't know if it is about reconciling, because this is really a benchmark, right?
Say for example, because countries like Finland, all those things in your quest for digital leadership, they are in the different quadrant. They are not in the standout quadrant. But in global competitiveness index by the World Bank, is they are ranked higher. So
Okay. So the thing is, of course, there are many sort of parameters leading towards countries going up the global innovation index, of which it includes talent, it includes infrastructure, it also, of course, includes technology, leadership, and a whole list of things, right? So when we talk about the digital standout, it's really about exhibiting high momentum, right? So obviously in the last 20 months, Malaysia has exhibited high momentum in terms of digital, being a digitally advanced economy. And it only means that we have the right infrastructure in place. But it does not correlate directly to where we stand within the GII, because we still have a lot to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in fact, that boils down to where Sarawak is in
Yeah.
our post-COVID kind of development strategy,
Sure.
where the readiness become very, very crucial, especially when you talk about talent and you talk about infrastructures
That's right.
and all those things. Has these enablers or 6-7 enablers are really, really crucial to move us into that global competitiveness index. That's what I'm trying to
All
see.
right. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So I mean, going back to my point, it's really everyone coming together and working together to achieve this goal, because it can't be done by one entity or it can't be done by one state. So yeah.
So thank you very much to your Deputy
you.
State Secretary. And now let's move on to another questions. Dr. Aslina, please.
Hi, Zilera.
Hi.
Hi. Excellent presentations and very key data for all of us today. I'm just recalling you had some successes with your unicorn from startups. Understanding this, Sarawak also has several programs that we're doing on startups. Can you share with us some insights? What actually is the success formula that you have observed out of the 4 examples? Is it purely because of the people or technology or a combination that they were able to match between the market needs, at a right timing as such? Number 1. And number 2, you mentioned just now about, I like the part that you mentioned about R&D. And somehow the combination between R&D in our country is switched, and we are trying to move up to the ladder. So would you recommend that somehow the private sectors, the corporate sectors, invest at least some units of R&D internally? Because all of us here are pressed. At the end of the day, bottom lines, ROI, and we have our boards to answer to. Earlier on with Azran's talks, it's not going to be easy for most CEOs. But do you think it's the key message to send out to the industries in Malaysia to have incorporations of R&D into the onset of the structure of the business as such? Thank you.
Absolutely, which is part of what we're trying to do, because many of the corporates or many of the big entities actually don't have a focus on R&D at this point, right? So we need to encourage corporates to set aside funds, to set aside investments into investing into R&D, right? R&D, continuous R&D is important. For any corporate for that matter, continuous R&D is absolutely important. If you look at global entities, investment into R&D is a big part of their P&L. Right. So, but I think the good news is many of our corporates these days have begun investing in R&D quietly, because it's also a process of trial and error. Right. It's also a process of trial and error. But this is where we also need to encourage these investments to go in a big way, to be able to support these entrepreneurs. Right. So that's why we also have programs where we actually channel young entities or technology companies with relevant solutions to startups, to corporates. So if the corporates, for example, have identified 5 or 6 or maybe even 10 pain points that they wish to solve, say, in the next 5 years. So we would then tell them, hey, you know what? We have some local companies here that are probably able to solve these problems for you. Would you be able to take them on board, support them, right? And when you invest in R&D, invest in them as well. So it's basically a joint process. So it's ultimately an awareness. It's also about giving the corporates sufficient confidence that we have enough talent locally, right? Because again, it's really about the track record as well. It's also about the quality of technology that they need to take on board, and corporates cannot just simply invest in a technology which doesn't work. Right, so it's important for that R&D, for that commercialization, for that testing process to happen with the corporate. So which is why we encourage corporates to take on board these entities at the very early stage. And you can only do that if you have a continuous improvement and R&D mindset. Right, so yes, absolutely.
I guess that will be the wrap. And thank you very much, Ms. Zulera. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Ms. Zulera Abu Bakar, Chief Executive Officer of Malaysian Research Accelerator for Technology and Innovation, Meranti. And we'll see you later, right after this afternoon, for the panel session. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So we have lunch break now until 2 p.m. And for information, food is served at the atrium. And of course, before we leave for lunch, I have these car tickets, all right, for the car owner of W9098Y and car owner of Q1828. So please come forward. All right, pick up your parking ticket right here for you to exit later. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch and please be back here before 2:15 p.m. as we have the Open Talk 4 that will be via Zoom platform. So we're going to cross the border to meet Dr. Inmar Martinez, the expert member of the Global Partnership on AI, a G7 OECD initiative. Yes, Dr. Inmar Martinez will be waiting for you here before 2:15 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back here for the Open Talk 4 on the artificial intelligence, AI, and product branding. Once again, thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. Digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. Digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. Digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors. digital economy is a global economy. And I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors.
No.
Digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors.
Hi, you can listen to me.
Yes. Yes, now I can. Thank you.
Okay, can you use the visual background that we have provided in the chat?
Okay, it would have been great to have sooner so that I could upload it, but let me just find it.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, all of these things are much better to have, the day before.
Okay, sure.
I don't know where it's downloading. Let me save it somewhere. Not when I'm about to give a conference, to be honest. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Okay, let me just see ABS virtual background. Right. So ridiculous.
So the slide is quite okay. There's no problem from our side.
ABS virtual background. Okay. Okay.
Nice. Thank you.
I don't see myself.
Yeah. Maybe you can change your gallery view.
Okay, there's a lot of people asking me to be admitted. Am I supposed to manage that?
No.
Okay.
Tetap pakai Scrum. Dah. Right now, we just try to wait for the participant to come because they just finished their lunch.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. You can off the camera if you want.
Sorry?
And off the camera if you want.
Sure, and you will let me know, right? Okay. No. And here we are again.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so how was your lunch? All good? Alhamdulillah. So, good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session of the inaugural Digital Leadership Forum 2022. And well, we must thank our main organizer, Sarawak State Financial Secretary's Office in collaboration with Scope and Asia School of Business. Alhamdulillah, great hospitality. The food, the ambience is indeed world class. And please, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the organizers. And also many thanks to our partners for making today's forum a success. Alhamdulillah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so now let's get back to our main focus. Yes, coming up is the Open Talk 4. And I'm sure most of us are familiar with our next speaker. She's been with us in IDEX 2019, in IDEX 2020, and today she's back for this inaugural Digital Leadership Forum 2022 with a topic, Artificial Intelligence, AI, and Product Branding. So please, without further ado, join us on Zoom platform is Dr. Inma Martinez, expert member of the Global Partnership on AI, a G7 OECD initiative. Dr. Inma, over to you.
Thank you very much. And it's a great, great pleasure, as always, to collaborate with Sarawak's government and innovation agencies such as Scope and universities. It's a real pleasure. I am presenting to you today one of the most innovative sides of artificial intelligence, which is about how it can help us create better products and services in the digital realm, And I will also be sharing with you some of the strategies that we are developing at the European Union in the commission that we have set up for the development, the framework that AI will be needed to actually be deployed in the single market. So it's with great pleasure that I'm able to share that with you as well. So without further ado, I'm going to delve into the topic, which is what exactly is a brand? Most people still believe that a brand is a logo, but in truth, it is a way for us to make a promise to our customers. It is a message, it signifies an emotional connection. And if you want to see this thing in real action, well, obviously it is what we used to say at Nokia, connecting people, very straightforward. Mobile phones help people be connected. So it can be a simple message, or it can be a very abstract emotional message, meaning you deserve this product, yeah? It can also be something as powerful as you can do anything that you want with our credit card, which is what Amex used in Europe with great success, realize the potential. And, you know, something as connected to the product as possible, again, showing you endless possibilities. Diamonds are very hard, therefore they last forever, yeah? You can also try approaches such as, in a world where you can buy anything and certain things you don't, whatever you use this card for is going to be attainable. So it's a very, very new angle into talking about a credit card, yeah? Still very abstract. And of course, what you look for in brands is that they're memorable. The famous Obama 2008 campaign, yes, we can. You know, it became an icon branding, as well as, you know, inspiring people, think different or just do it. So these are the realms in which we look for the message. If we then move this to how do we do that in digital environments? Well, it's still connected to what a product should be doing. And as you know, the core design levels of a product are usability, meaning it has to work, functionality, it has to have a purpose, and conveniency. It really adds value to the person, yeah? So for example, a very, very good website that most people that come to Austria know is the famous ticketing office of Austria, in terms of you can buy tickets for any concert on a centralized point, the viennaconcerts.com. It's super useful. Or the fact that Netflix is very, very rarely down. This is an enormous effort where it comes to servers around the world, continuously streaming high bandwidth content, and it works. It's really, really functional. You don't need a manual to understand how it works. It's just seamless. And of course, conveniency. And when people look for travel sites, you know, why is Kayak much better than just Google Flights? Because it offers you the cheapest flights. So that is the point in which the value is found and people know it. And in a world of sites talking about travel and offering travel, people know why they go to Kayak. Yeah. So these are very basic design levels where the brand is instilled. Now, when you try to make a brand competitive, you need to create attributes. And an attribute is something singular, very special, that only your company possesses because of the circumstances or the geographies or the management team, or something that is truly unique to you and not so much for the rest of the competitors. So you need to create awareness. It has to have a voice. It has to be recognized, yeah? And if you were to launch a brand in a digital environment in Sarawak today, well, where would you go? Where the people are. And these are the data that in 2021 show where is everybody in Malaysia? Well, it's fundamentally in YouTube, in WhatsApp, in Facebook, in Instagram. So these are the contexts in which your voice, the voice of the brand, can be heard the most times, the most widespread. Yeah. The second is people need to associate your brand with something, an emotion. You develop a relationship, you know, it has to inspire people. And examples of this is obviously Apple. Apple always, any product is associated with, you know, this is something cool, very futuristic, very innovative. And in the later stages of Apple under Tim Cook's leadership, Apple is betting on the safest place. You know, Apple is building an awareness in people that if you use Apple products, they're less hackable, they will never share your data, they protect you. So they're moving from cool into this is the safest place, you know? And innovation and extraordinary. For example, the latest campaigns of Airbnb are about, this is not just about renting a flat in Kuching. If you're visiting, this is about having an extraordinary experience. So the brands are evolving. And then what you want from any brand is that people are loyal to you, that they like it so much, that they use it so much, that they embed it into their lives. And one of the things that helps a lot is reviews that are truthful, reviews that grow exponentially as more and more customers use your product. So these are the three assets that you have to create to really be competitive. And when you try to build values into a product, because it's not just about designing products, but about building real connections, there's three areas that you need to target. One is, what are the basic values that you want this product to show to users? Well, you may seek that the product is respected, that it offers services beyond the rest, that it has integrity, meaning that it's truthful. Nowhere on the website people find that there is strange information or they have a bad experience. And then you want to motivate people. There's always the need to connect in the abstract world of values. And you can choose any direction in the motivations that you want to instill. For example, you can give people a sense of selfness. You know, you want to create a direction, you know, explore these. So when you use our product, you go into the future, or you may stimulate, you may create excitement, or simply you want to give them a luxurious experience. So you choose the values that are connected to who you are as a company and what your products represent, and therefore what is the emotion that you want to create in the user. And last but not least, it has to abide by basic human core values. And what are those? Basically, humans need to have assurance, hope. They need to feel free. They need to trust the system because it's honest. And those are emotional values that are built from the famous Maslow's hierarchy of human needs. Yeah. So when we move into how brands have done it, the principal objective is they know that customers will notice them. In the world of brands, in the world of their competitors, they look for a brand that comes with a unique voice, something that people will notice in the market. The most important thing is that they will appreciate it, that they will see the truth, the value, the good work of this company, the excellency of the product. And you want them to be loyal to you. These are the three objectives when you build product branding: to be realized, to be appreciated, and then to create this loyalty that will help you prolong the product life cycles. Now, when you try to do this, of course, in digital environments, you have a fantastic tool, which is data analytics. And in AI and in data analytics, we have a fundamental truth, which is if you cannot detect it, if you cannot measure it, I don't believe it. It doesn't exist. It has to be information that you can prove. This is why AI and data analytics are so important today for businesses, because you can show the facts, you can show the data. It's not anymore a gut feeling or an assumption like in the analog, in the world of the 80s and the 90s. Yeah, now you can come to your CEO and say, this is the data. I'm telling you, this is what people do on our website. Yeah, so the first thing that happens is when you see traffic, when you see behavior, you know, when the famous Google Analytics present data to you, they show you what a mass of customers is doing, but you don't know who is doing this. You don't have their identities. You just see a huge global mass of users. So we don't know who, but we don't know. What we know is what they do. And this is a very important data set to measure, because it really shows you exactly how people use your digital product, whether it's a mobile app or the website. Yeah, you know what they do. Now, the most important thing is, with those two pieces of data, you have to focus exactly on what is it that people need. Basically, put the human needs at the center of your product development, because these type of data, what people do and what a huge collective does, is showing you the way. Now, what you aim is to serve something very, very basic, which is the core design values, but backed by data. So when you design products, the most interesting exercise you can do is create a minimal viable product, a pilot, a beta of the product, put it in the hands of certain customers, watch what they do, and they will show you which of the features are successful, they're engaging, most people are drawn to them, and then which are the product features that nobody touches, nobody understands, therefore that nobody really uses them. And that is a path in design that helps you create products with assurance that people will embrace them and people will use them based on data. Now, if you really want to take this data and lift it out and give it an abstract asset, which is we want people to love our products, we even want to be proactive and even detect what is it that they would like in the future, you have to connect to the psychology of the users. And data can help you doing this. So what you do is you classify the behaviors. You see people using your product, you grab that data and you begin to create subgroups of individuals that have a certain behavior on your site, and then others, they use it in a complete different way. So you classify people not by the traditional segments of man, woman, age. No. You want behaviors, because that is the most important thing, how people use your products. The second is you need to watch how these behaviors change over time, because the majority of cases is when you launch a product in the market, and especially if it's digital, which is a very special realm, some people start using them in a way, and then very soon they realize that they can also use your product for something else in their lives. The majority of digital products have had an evolution in directions that not even the company that put them in the market understood or even imagined. So watch how the behaviors change. And then this is fundamental. Try to guess why people do things. Establish the circumstances that make a person use a product in this way or in that way. Or for example, use your site at night rather than early morning. Try to create the context in which people do things. Because in that way, you will be able to train your AI to predict what is it that they will need. If you know why people do things, then you really are knowledgeable to then second guess, okay, this is what we can do for them next, in the next iteration of the product. And eventually, what we all want, whether it's marketing, branding, or product design, is to create bespoke products. Some experience that is so connected to what this individual wants that it almost becomes a bespoke product for this person. Now, when we enter into one of the most fascinating aspects of AI, which is analyzing the behavior of people in order to then predict what is it that they will want in the future, I'm going to share with you the conversations that we had exactly last week at the European Union. I made this presentation for the group that is working on how AI has to be inclusive, non-discriminatory, has to be transparent, has to be safe. Yeah. And it's very, very interesting, this chart that I'm showing to you, because obviously it's showing you which enterprises, excluding banking, because banking is a huge sector that uses AI for many, many years, are really deploying AI. And it's encompassing even companies that have 10 people. Yeah. Now, if you take Ireland out, because Ireland comes up with 23% of companies use AI. Yes, very good, because Facebook, LinkedIn, Google are based in Ireland. So you have a massive amount of peripheral companies working with them. So take it out. And then Malta, obviously, there's a lot of companies outside of banking that are incorporated in Malta because of, the famous tax-free circumstances. Then you move down to the countries where you have some real realities. And the two leading countries are Finland and Denmark. Finland and Denmark were the first two countries that created an AI framework for potential regulation of AI in terms of how it would be developed and how it should be put in society. And then we have Spain, Lithuania. Spain is one of the leading countries. I am also a member of the Ministry of Economy in Digital Transformation, and we have a secretariat to actually create the framework for how AI should be put into enterprises, into society, and into government services. So the rest of the countries are somehow very equalized in terms of how we are evolving. But this is just the beginning. And if you wonder where the UK is, obviously the UK is no longer part of the EU, but in the UK, around 15% of the businesses. So it would be superior to Finland and Denmark because the UK is a super digitized country. And when we are trying to create an AI that is transparent, that is really appropriate for people, we have to make it human-centric. And the best definition of human-centric that I have used my entire career in innovation is it has to be fit for humans. It has to be safe. People need to feel safe when they use it. They have to have an emotional enjoyment, and it has to have a reason why. So when you create human-centric products, you put the person at the center of everything that you do. Now, human-centric means you have to create a type of artificial intelligence that responds to the basic human needs. Basically, the most important ones are physiological. Then the second most important thing, people need to feel safe. The third would be people need to feel that there is a community aspect to it, that they belong to a group. And then the second and the fourth and fifth is about the person. They need to see themselves as part of a societal circumstance. They need to value themselves and they need to realize themselves. So we build human-centric AI based on this pyramid. And what really is personalization? It means I understand the needs of this person, I advance them, and I create something that I believe is going to really hit the mark, is really going to be appropriate. So, and it's evolving because humans evolve and change. When you're a young person, continue to use a system and it continues to address who you are. Now you're more of an adult, yeah? And when you do this, when you use AI with a human-centric approach, you gain principally three things. One is you're in a much better position to make decisions. to make decisions as to how you're going to develop the product further, what is it that humans need, how can you best serve your customers. The data is there, the information is there, so you're better prepared for decisions. The second thing is you're able to then scale up. You're able to take a site and address thousands and thousands of people and even create the product in a superior level, at scalability level. Yeah, and it's because you finally understand what is it that they need from you and establish a framework in which all of your customers feel that you're servicing them. And last but not least, your software developers working with product designers and with scientists that specialize in people's behaviors, they form groups that begin to connect and begin to create products that really bear that psychology, that desire to make them very, very friendly to humans. And this is the success of many, many digital products such as Instagram, or why the gaming community, the famous Fortnite, is so engaging. They have managed to put functionalities that truly connect with young people. So when you train algorithms to be human-centric, you start moving into a realm in which you don't assume what people do. You really know what people do because you're picking up the data, and then you build non-biased approaches, meaning you build intercultural values, you bring cultural values, you bring non-discriminatory practices. You really take the human condition. It really shows you this is how humans live. This is the reality of their lives. So human-centric means at the service of people. Now, it's very powerful because some companies, because they're developing human-centric algorithms, they can detect mental health issues. They can also detect, if people have addictive behaviors, or, for example, you go beyond this age group and they're based in this location. You really move to what is it that people come to my website? What do they seek in my website? How can I make it better for them? So the goal is to anticipate what else they want. And now the most important thing about any AI system, it has to be transparent, meaning if somebody comes to your company and says, show me exactly what these algorithms do, you have to be able to show that you can be audited and your users should trust it. So in order to do that, immediately this AI has to detect the human needs. For example, it recognizes if a child is using it. For example, you can detect if it's a child or an elderly person because of how they use the keyboard, how fast or how soft. Or the most important thing, do people feel safe within your site powered by AI? And are they sensing that there is an assurance, that there is a trust? You have tapped into the emotional values. And also they feel good when they use your site, meaning it's not anymore a functional product. They actually feel great when they come by. It's like when you, in the real world, you have half an hour to kill and you say, I'm going to go into this shop because I love to go there. It's the feeling of, I feel good here. And most importantly, they know that when they use your product, their life improves. It's the famous self-actualization. Then you want to go for the one-to-one, So you segment users by what they do and in the context in which they do it. The context is the important ingredient. And then you create a hierarchy. What is the most important? What is the least important, or the secondary? And you need to build an AI that learns over time so that eventually it will suggest to people and it will allow people to have choices. Would you like this? Would you like that? This is the famous success of Amazon, the famous choices. Would you like to buy these other things that other people bought? Yeah. Now, AI is great to predict anything, and especially human behavior. So when you build assumptions as to what is it that people would like, and you create the hypothesis that you're going to train the algorithm with, the most important thing is look at what they did before. Don't assume things if you have not seen them happening. Yeah, it's really dangerous when you make these assumptions without taking into context what is it the real use. Yeah, and reactions to behavior. Well, here is where you really need to be careful, because AI is just a tool. You should use this for the greater good of society and avoid trying to create, bad experiences. So it needs to be fair. It needs to include everyone. You cannot create an AI that assumes the world, for example, for single young men. It has to be for everybody. It understands the cultures, is age appropriate, meaning it should detect if a child is using it, and that it powers your services to also be within the law. You cannot deviate online. Many companies are having bad experiences with the law because of that. So is there a difference between the digital world and the analog world? Well, yes, there is. And I had a really nice conversation with the chief marketing officer at Unilever, Keith Weed, when we were both in the same panel at a big conference on, digital marketing. And he said, at Unilever, we stopped using focus groups. Because when you ask a person, what is it that you do at home, or how do you use this product? They don't really tell you the truth. In fact, they have these kind of assumptions about how their life is. They really do not. One of the things that happened to Unilever is that they would ask in focus groups, do you use fabric softener? And people would say, no, we never do it. And then they put cameras in their homes, in their laundry rooms, and they were using them. So Keith Weed said, no more focus groups. We're going to observe what people do, because that is what they actually give you the truth. And this is what we do in the digital world. So sometimes the digital world is greater at showing you the truth rather than the analog world. And the best way to really leverage all of the data that comes out of a website is by using business analytics platforms. They are enormously valuable, and the market has incredible sets of smaller companies that do specific things for what you need. And then you have all in one place, for example, the Microsoft approach with Azure and all the analytics, But the principal thing is that they help you create much better outcomes. Basically, they help you leverage from this data in strategic ways, in product design ways. And this is a tool that you should really look into, because I'm going to give you a great example. This is Starling Bank. It's a bank that has created in about 2-3 weeks the only card that during the pandemic people could give to people helping them shop. Basically, they created a card for somebody that will do the shopping for an elderly person or someone that is sick, and it can only be used in supermarkets. Basically, they create a micro contextualized card, and they did it in 2-3 weeks. No other bank could do this, because most banks have legacy systems, and also they don't have the analytics that this company has. So what is it that you use business analytics for? To create real-time choices. You want to know what is happening in real time so that you can have reactions to what is going on your site. You want to convert users that simply come for the first time into customers, people that really use it on a regular basis. And the business analytics platform will give you information that will help you create the famous funnel of conversion. And when you launch new features and you want to create better and better features, it will help you validate these features, because you can just launch the features only for a subset of your customers, while the real website will continue with exactly the same ones you had in the past, and it will help you validate. Is this a feature that people want and appreciate? And of course, create reporting that you can share across the entire organization. And this is really the most valuable thing, because you want your entire organization to work as one and not in silos. And fundamentally, you know, business analytic platforms, they give you the power of observability, meaning they're constantly looking at what happens on site. They're automated, they're powered by AI. They allow you to share the insights across teams. And also they help you reduce costs, because when you launch something new or you make assumptions on your customers, they're really backed by the truth, by data. So you have less failure ahead of you when you do things. So without further ado, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. But if we're pressed for time, because I'm being told that we have, you know, crunched the time, I will be very happy to answer your questions after the conference if they are sent to me by email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Inma Martinez. Perhaps questions from the floor, ladies and gentlemen. We have provided 2 microphones for you, or running mics as well. So if any questions from the floor, please come to the nearest mic next to you, perhaps, okay? Okay, we have one here, Dr. Inma.
Hi, I'll just ask a really quick question about brand. I really love what you say about it. The fact that, you know, it's not just a logo, it's a proper meaning, right? And I think a lot of companies that I see don't really have that real meaning there. It's just very much product focused. And I don't know, what is the best way to kind of talk to some, especially the legacy companies that don't really see that value in having that meaning that the young people are looking for?
So especially legacy companies that have been in the market for a long time, the brand sometimes can be sustained by the quality of the product. So the company looks at what it's got and they say, we make the best washing machines in the world. So then let's build that, the message that they make the best product. Other companies, when they have products that are very similar to other competitors, then they need to create an aspiration. They need to create, okay, we all have the same product, but when you come to us, we offer you these experiences. So the brand moves into the psychological realm, yeah? The famous, because you're worth it. I'm sure that other companies in the cosmetic industry build fantastic products as well. But L'Oreal said, well, in a world of we all more or less have the same makeup, let's just give that aspirational value. So you either focus on, let's give a message about the quality of our product. This is what, you know, we offer you. Or then if everything is equalized, then build something psychological.
And Dr. Inma, we have another question here, that is AI the solution for the future? Which industries apply AI the most, Dr. Inma?
So the most is obviously used in prediction environments, and that's why financial services is fundamentally the platform for AI, and is being used for many, many years. But the second realm is consumer products. Basically anything that humans use. Now the companies offering products and services want to know more and more and more about how to really make the products connect with people and make people more loyal to them. So anywhere in consumer products is you find AI. And then AI is a very practical tool. AI is coming in into even agriculture and farming. I chair this committee in the GPay because it's helping farmers predict better, you know, the detection of pests, you know, how can they yield much better the crop. So AI moves into, let me help you optimize whatever it is that you do in your industry. So these are the 3 areas. Obviously, getting to know people so that you can build better products for them and more loyal, and then optimize your operations. And that is across all sectors.
All right. Thank you very much to Dr. Inma Martinez. Perhaps no more questions from the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for Dr. Inma Martinez, excellent member of the Global Partnership on AI, a G7 OECD initiative. Thank you very much, Dr. Inma, for your effort to be with us this afternoon. And yes, definitely, ladies and gentlemen, coming up is the challenges and opportunities of digital transformation in pandemic times. So another great topic to be discussed right after this. We have our moderator here right in front of me, Dr. Shana Ferguson, the Senior Associate Dean at Asia School of Business, the moderator. And we have also the panelists for this panel session, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Zuliara Abu Bakar, the Chief Executive Officer of Malaysian Research Accelerator for Technology and Innovation, RANTI. And also we have Prof. Loredana, the Senior Associate Dean at Asia School of Business. And also, may we invite on stage Mr. Muhammad Afdal Muhammad Nayan, Chief Transformation Officer at Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, MDEC. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for our panelists for this session on challenges and opportunities of digital transformation in pandemic times. Silakan.
All righty. Thank you, everyone, for a great day. The questions have been awesome, and we've had a fantastic time talking about digital transformation. And so I'm really excited to have a very esteemed panel here of luminaries on the subject of digital transformation, looking at it from different angles. And so before we get started into some of the questions, what I'd like to do is give each of the panelists an opportunity to talk about their organization, their role, the mandate for digital transformation, their point of view, and then we'll go into some of the questions that we have, and we'll try to leave enough time for the audience to engage with the panel on some of those questions. So typically I would go ladies first, but since Afdal is sitting on the edge, I'll let him go first. And I will put in a plug for Afdal. He is an alum of the Asia School of Business, and so we're very proud of him. And he's been making transformational impact since he's graduated. So Afdal.
Thank you. Lucky me. First of all, happy belated International Women's Day. I think it has been an amazing year. So I'm from MDEC, Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. So our role in this is to make sure that the ecosystem is safe enough or is great enough for investment to come in, to invest in our digital ecosystem. And we need to make sure that the supply of digital solutions are there, right? And then in order to do that, we need to make sure that we create the demand to make sure that people actually use the digital solutions that we are trying to get into, right? So those are the supply and demand. And the last one is actually about talent. So we talk about talent a lot more in the earlier session. And one of the things is to make sure that when we ask people to invest in Malaysia, we ask the digital businesses to come here, and also we ask people to use it. We need to make sure we have enough people to actually work in this digital environment. So that's the role of MDEC in general. For my role as the Chief Transformation, sorry, I just forgot my title.
It's my
as the
presence,
Chief
right?
Transformation Officer is to make sure that we walk the talk, right? As you may know, the struggle in GLCs is that even though we thrive for something a lot better, internally we are not that good, right? So MDEC has been looking internally a lot more than they were before, and we think that we should be stepping up ourselves in this sense. That's more or less my role.
Thanks so much, Afdal. Zulara?
Thank you. It's me again. You heard from me this morning.
We couldn't get enough, so.
So I represent the Malaysian Research Accelerator for Tech and Innovation. I'm just going to do a recap. So you can forget all of that and just call us MRANTI. Our role is basically to look at technology and innovation and basically expedite the commercialization process. Basically what we do is we match technology providers and we match it to demand. So we match supply and demand. And I think the one important thing is that we are a fundamental building block towards digitalization. Without technology enablement, without technology solutions and innovation, I guess there's no digital platforms, right? So look at us as a precursor to what you would get from MDEC for that matter. Yeah, so that's who we are. We are a government agency. I mentioned earlier, we work across the ministries, inter-ministry, outside the ministry and within the ministry as well. Yeah, thanks.
Professor Loredana, how's it going? Long time no
Good.
see.
In case he's stumbling, is because he's very intimidated to be on the stage with his former professor. I don't care that you're the chief transformation officer. You're always my student, right? He was my favorite student, and then he wasn't, but you know, he graduated. So I stumbled accidentally in digital transformation. I'm actually a professor of entrepreneurship and innovation. And one of the things that I learned about digital transformation is that you need two things: innovation and entrepreneurship through the use of technology. So for the past 5 years, I started teaching in digital transformation. I should tell you that I don't know anything about technology. I'm still surprised that the phone works the way it works. But what I have learned at the level of teaching that I do, which is mostly board and senior leadership, is it's not that much about technology, but it's about business transformation and people transformation. So all the time that I spent with over 100 companies in the last 4 or 5 years, my approach is people and strategy, or people and business model.
All right, so I think we've got a range of perspective here for a really interesting conversation. And the pandemic has brought a lot of opportunity with regards to digital transformation. Many opportunities have emerged, but challenges have also emerged. And I wanted to get a sense from the group, which has been more prevalent, the challenges or the opportunities that have resulted during the pandemic related to digital transformation. Zulaira, let me start with you.
I think it's always best to look at a scenario from a perspective of opportunity.
Right.
So I'd look at what happened to us in the last 20 months, the last 24 months, as an opportunity for us to transform ourselves. Otherwise, you'd never do the things that you do today, right? The pandemic has forced us in that direction. I guess the question is, are we ready to face another scenario as such? And are we doing enough? But it's an opportunity for total improvement in that sense, and on the back of technology, innovation, and digitalization, and of course, entrepreneurship.
Avdal.
Yeah, so I think opportunities definitely, Zulia. I think that's important. And I think in the past 20 months or so, we have seen a lot of digital adoption, especially in SMEs, right? But with that also come challenges, right? So when businesses start to think or start to see or start to witness that, hey, if I go digital, I make a lot of money, right? Then they tend to go all out. And that's where the problems start to happen, right? Where they don't prioritize, they say like, you know what, let's just go digital, right? Without having a proper strategy, without having the right people to execute, or without even having the right vision, right? And then that's when the problems start to come in. And then it just went back the other way, where people said, you know what, we tried digital once, it was successful. We tried digital again and we failed. So let's just step away from this. Right. So that's the situation I'm seeing right now. And it's the post-pandemic problems that we are looking at.
So I feel like you probably have a point of view on this, Loredana.
I don't want to follow one of my students because he's going to say exactly what I was going to say because he was my student. So I agree 100% with what you said. I think the first time I started to work with Malaysian companies in digital transformation, I got a phone call from one of my girlfriends who's the head of people at a very, very large financial institution. And she said, listen, we want to ask you a question because you're very straightforward and you know you're going to tell us the truth. We had a board meeting and they said, this is before the pandemic. We had a board meeting and the chairman of the board, Tan Sri, I think by default, a chairman of the board is a Tan Sri. Tan Sri said that we have to go through digital transformation. And we came back from the board meeting thinking very confused. Why do we have to do it? We're doing so well. Everything is so fine. You know, the last 10 years, we've been super profitable. So we want to ask you directly, Prof, do we have to go through digital transformation or is this one of the things that is going to go away? So this is January 2020, January 14th, 2020. So I said, listen, my love, you don't have to go through digital transformation, but digital transformation is going to go through you. Because it's almost like going to the beach and going in the ocean and fighting the waves. You can't. However, like Avdal says, I think now we're jumping on the other side of the extreme, which is all of a sudden we have to do this thingy. I cannot tell you how many meetings I have with companies who says, we have to do this digital thingy. So we, the board, we decided to tell the senior leadership to do it. We don't care how they do it, just get and do it. No. For those of you who are board members in this room, you know, you don't just go to tell your leadership, go ahead and do it. I don't care how you do it, because it's not a technology implementation. It's a business transformation. You're looking at your business model and it's going to change 70%. But I don't think we have the patience, or like Afdal says, I don't think we have the true understanding that this is not a change of something, that this is a journey. So maybe later on, I'll speak a little bit about some of the examples that I have with companies that I work with, but I think this is the challenge. So yes, there's an opportunity to do really good business, but the challenge is that we have no idea what we're doing, most of us.
So in the pandemic, a lot of organizations, it was kind of like, we have to do this to survive. And that really drove people through this first phase. And then, you know, as you pointed out, Afdal, it's like, oh yeah, we can make a little bit more money on this. But you also made the point that as it's gotten maybe more challenging, there hasn't been that resilience to push through. And so I wanted you to delve a little bit deeper on, you know, that resilience issue and is it a fatigue thing where organizations are like, you know what, we've been going so hard with COVID the last few years, or is it just a lack of resilience? And so maybe what you've been seeing in MDEC, and then we'll go to the other panelists.
So I think it is definitely this whole, you know, we have done it, right? What do you want more from us? Right. So so it's like, okay, we have done it once and we, you know, 2x or 3x our revenue or profit. So what do you want me to do now? Right. So when the board, just like Loredana said, insisted that you must go deeper on this, then they don't have the right way to start it, right? They don't have the right intention. At the time, firstly, when the pandemic started, it was survival, right? So, okay, we have a focus and it's all P&L. It was all top line and bottom line. Now it's just because, right? So, when we don't have the right mission, we don't have a vision or direction, that's when people start to go all over the place, right? And hence why we are in the situation that we're at now.
And so, Zuhaira, you talked about, you know, digitalization is not, if you just stop kind of early, it's just going from Word to PDF. It's not really, you know, that full-on organizational-wide transformation. What have you seen?
I think Prof. Loredana made an important point that digital transformation essentially is not just about digital transformation, it's really about incorporating that into the business strategy. Because if you look at organizations, and it really depends on the business that they're in, the business model that they employ, and the way they operate, right? So to get into digitalization and to be digitally enabled, okay, let me rephrase that. To get into digitalization and to provide services and products on a digital platform, it all depends what kind of business you're in first, whether you're on a digital platform. Now, the other process of incorporating a digitalization strategy as an organization is a different discussion altogether. That is a business and strategy decision, right? And if you think about it, if you're in operations for that matter, it depends again on the industry. Not every part of the business can be digitalized. Not every part of the business can be digitized. So then you would have to determine which part of your business will benefit from the whole digitalization journey. Which part of your business can be automated? And by virtue of automation, how will that then impact your P&L? That's on the business side of things. Now, for businesses like SMEs and all to actually onboard or to get on board the digital platform, that again is a process of driving more revenues, right? It's an opportunity or it's a platform for them to go out and sell their products and services, right? And most of these companies are already a startup from the get-go, or they're already a tech company from the get-go. It's different from a brick and mortar company trying to adopt a digital strategy.
Yep, totally. Charlie talked about earlier, his job is easier because he started easier, right? I wouldn't say his job is ever easy, but it's easier because he started from a blank sheet of paper. But Loredana, here, what are your thoughts on this? And
so
you know, you also deal with evolutionary entrepreneurship and the evolution of companies through different stages of their life cycle.
I want to give you an example. So the previous speaker, the one on Zoom, was mentioned European Commission. I'm European. I was born in Romania. My family is 100 kilometers from the border with Ukraine right now. So I'm a little bit stressed about the situation. But in November, I was hired by the heads of the European Commission, which is representatives of every country in Europe, to come and give a talk about digital transformation. And at that point, EU just announced an investment of 5 billion euros in internal transformation of the European Commission through digitalization. So the way, just so you know, the way it happens when you book a speaker. So you have a big deal coming to contact the big deal speaker, and then after that, HR or somebody in the team follows. So I agreed to give the talk. So we're talking about 30 state head of states, head of European Commission state, head of states. So I'm supposed to give the talk to them. Prior to that, they say, why don't you have your people talk to our people about the details? I don't have people, it's me. I don't even have a secretary. So my people, me, I talk to their people. This is what their people in 2021, the second year in the pandemic, expected from me as a speaker. They said this: you have to send us by mail, physical post. I don't know where the post office is in Malaysia. I've never been to the post office. By mail, you have to send us your most updated resume, a copy of your bank account in Malaysia with a stamp from the bank. Wait, what? A paper version of your presentation and the name of my unborn child or something like that. I was like, by mail? How, I don't know where the post office is. And I don't know if you noticed, but outside the door, there's a pandemic. Oh, no, we cannot do it otherwise. And I said, you do understand the irony that you hired me as an expert in digital transformation and you asked me to send this all by post. We are talking about the heads of the European Commission. I'm not talking about an SME somewhere in the middle of nowhere. So I tell the head of HR, who by the way is also in charge of change management. I don't know what change that person was in charge of, but there was no change. And I said, so what's your answer to this ironic situation that I find myself in, which is here I come to talk about AI and VR and you asked me to print paper. And she said, this is what she said. She said, off record, Prof, you and my boss can talk as much as you want about digital transformation, but we will never change. This is how we do business. This is how we've been doing business. They can talk as much as they want, but I know how to run my department. I know how to run my department. So imagine now that you invested this 5 billion euros in this internal transformation, which by the way, the Department of Change is responsible for that. And then at the end of the 3 years, you do an assessment, you bring audit and a bunch of other bureaucrats to do an assessment. And they say it failed. We bought 5 billion euros of technology and it sits in an office because nobody wants to use it. So then when I have to sit in front of the 25 or 35 head of states and I said, digital transformation is about this, I don't talk about that because digital transformation is easy. People transformation is not.
That's a fantastic point. One of the things that in this pandemic, have there been any unintended consequences as a result of digital transformation and the rate of change and such? Loredana, you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, more stupid people came out of this process because all of a sudden now, I'm sorry, I'm very direct, take a pill if you don't like it, but all of a sudden everybody talks about digital transformation under the assumption they know what it is. Do you know what it is? Most of us don't know what it is. Is the blind leading the blind? I was sitting in the lunch break with our esteemed host, and they were like, you know, we did an assessment of our digital readiness, and we're not that good. I said, the good thing is nobody is, but you have to be slightly better. So I think what's happening right now is that we see a lot of false messiahs, a lot of false digital experts, which, from my understanding, they hide behind very fancy techno words, and they explain to board members and senior leaders, you know, technology that is supposed to help you solve the problems of world peace, hunger, and, you know, weight loss. And because none of us are confident enough to say, but what exactly does this mean? Because none of us want to look stupid, let's be very honest, right? You're not a board member or a CEO or or a leader of the company, and you're not going to ask directly somebody, I don't know what does this.
Yeah.
I was in a meeting with somebody who said, well, we're just going to build a blockchain and it's going to do it by itself. It's not, it's a CEO. The CEO said this. And I said, sir, what do you think this blockchain is? God? I think even God has a bunch of angels to help, at least some of my gods. So I think what's happening is the danger of false experts who come to tell you what digital transformation is under the false pretext that it's a bunch of technology that you have to buy. Oh, by the way, we sell it. And then you're going to end up like my friends from the European Commission with $5 billion euros of investment, out of which probably you spent a third on the right thing and everything else is just wasted. But that's what I know.
So just listening to a lot of this narrative here, one of the things I'm trying to ascertain is it a top-down people issue or is it a bottom-up people issue?
I think it's both, and then I'll pass it to the rest of you. So it's top-down, and you have the example of the European Commission. So it's top-down because on one hand, I bet you that the heads of the European Commission don't go and talk to the company and say, hey guys, what is this? What problem are we trying to solve? But another situation is where the bottom-up doesn't know why we're doing it. And they think it's either strategy or IT or somebody else in the organization that is responsible for this. Not only that, but they become very, very tense about how will this affect my job? How will this negatively impact my job? So we all say that we are fearing change. So if I see Professor Hans here, and I say, Hans, you just won $1 million. Congratulations, your month is going to change. His life not, because he's already rich. So $1 million doesn't mean much to him.
I don't know. There's a lot of inflation going on, and Hans is the expert on inflation.
But he has a Swiss bank account. So I'm going to give you $1 million. Your life will change. We don't fear that. We fear loss. So I think that's why it's top down and bottom up, because we both fear loss. The top fear the loss because the competitor is doing slightly something better, and then the boards become competitors, and then the bottom up is scared because they don't know what's going to happen, but they know something bad will happen.
She's absolutely right. It's people issue, period, whether it's top down or bottom up, it's people issue. And most often than not, you want to digitalize or you want to get on the digital bandwagon simply because your competitor is doing it. Not because you need to, not because you have identified the needs to, and not because you know what you're doing. I think many businesses actually operate that way. So I think going back to my earlier point, it's very important to know why you're doing what you're doing. I think the purpose or the mission statement needs to be very, very clear, and not what problem, right? So, and it's very different between starting out as a startup in itself. If I go and code a couple of lines and build my own startup or, my version of Shopee and sell stuff online, I'm still in the digital business, right? But the whole digitalization process is different. It's like going to, say, a company who's a glove maker and say, you know what? I want everything to operate on robots and machines, and everything has to be automated and digitalized because I want to reduce manual labor. I want to reduce foreign labor, because that's ultimately what digitalization is all about. It's about automation, right? It's about process efficiency. It's about increasing your bottom line, increasing your top line, right? So it's two different things again. So, but if you're in the later part where you are in that business where you have to think about how do you automate, and if you don't automate, you have got pressing issues. Say, for instance, you're very reliant on manual workforce, foreign workforce. I think that has been the issue with a lot of the plantation and agriculture business in the last 24 months with the border closure. You just couldn't get foreign workers in, right? And many of the foreign workers were balik kampung lah, they had to go back, So as a result, we don't have enough workforce. Plantation, hospitality, construction, we have a huge issue and a lot of delays because we have not automated enough. We have not digitalized our process enough in order to meet demands, right? And that's not something that can be solved over 20 months. Companies that are ready, that were able to deal with the last 20 months are companies that have put in the right investment and that have done sufficient work in the last 10 years. And why? Because they have incorporated it into their business strategy maybe 5 to 10 years ago. And how did this happen? It is really about leadership. So going back to Prof. Loredana's point, it's really about people. It starts from the top and the bottom up needs to follow through. If you don't have the right leader who has the foresight and the vision to say that this is how the industry will change, then you'll just stay where you are, right? So I think for any entities, for any GLCs, leadership is key, is everything. You hire the wrong person who can't see beyond next year, then you're doomed.
Can I add to that? I think it's what Ozran said this morning. It's also having a leader who has the right mindset to allow experimentation to happen. And like Afdal said before, if you try it once and it doesn't work, and then you try it again, you don't really get a buy-in from the board. Sorry, Afdal, but it's two women here on the stage. I don't think you're gonna get to say much today. Same to you, Sean, huh? We're good?
We're just letting you guys run with it. So
No. On this part, I think I just to answer that. So before ASB, I was an aircraft engineer, right? So it's easy to explain what I do for a living, right? I fix aircraft. But after ASB, somehow ASB always,
we transform things, right?
So when I'm into transformation, even my mom complained. It's like, nak cakap dengan orang you kerja apa ni, right? So she always complain like, how do I explain to people what you do, right? So it happens as well when I was about to join MDEC, right? The chairman at the time asked me, okay, we are hiring you for transformation. So which part of tech in MDEC are we looking at? And that's why I say, oh, Datuk Sri, with all due respect, I need to say the people first, right? And they say, what? No, leave that to HR. You focus on tech. I said, Datuk Sri, with all due respect, I don't do it that way, right? The way I do it is that I assess the maturity of the people, right? And then from there on, we build. We'll see if we can achieve it in the next 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or 5 years. Thank you, Sorang. At least one clap. So with that, I'm quite surprised that I can stand up my way. I think Loredana helped me a lot on that part of the skills. But eventually they hired me, so I guess it kind of like works out. So on that part, it always. So as you can see that the education always starts from the top. So right, because the bottom is always going to do whatever the top says, right? But we need to make sure that people that on the top understand that this work starts bottom up, right? We assess the people who are actually handling the tech day in and day out before we can understand where this is going in the next couple of years.
Fantastic. Fantastic dialogue here. Now, are there any potential risks on the horizon? I think COVID-19 has really ushered in a change of pace in which digital transformation happens. But are there risks on the horizon that may compromise this momentum? Are there things that keep you up at night? Being a precursor to MDEC, how are you thinking about this, Zulaira?
I think, again, the challenge could be in the mindset, in the sense that, okay, we're past this. Maybe before something else hit us, it'll take time.
Right.
Because we forget. No matter how hard the situation gets, when it gets better, we forget how hard it got. So I guess that's a mindset challenge, right? So you need to incorporate that into your business strategy, into how you operate, and that needs to be a continuous thing, I feel. And again, from a culture standpoint, and I speak for all Malaysians here, I'm trying to say I don't speak for all Malaysians here. No. So you see, the thing is, I think from a culture standpoint, we need to be more attuned as to what's happening out there globally. We need to be more, I wouldn't say digitally savvy, because we all have mobile phones. I think penetration is way beyond. I'm saying more technologically savvy. We need to know how technology will evolve, how technology will impact the way we live, our future, our planet. So we need to see technology from a perspective, or we need to actually view technology from a lens that it is going to help us solve our big problems. I don't mean to throw big words here, but how else are we going to solve world's biggest problems? Right? So it's technology, and it starts by leadership in that area. So I think we have to look at what are the bigger issues that we face as a country, whether it's access to healthcare, whether it's access or logistics in rural areas, connectivity, digital divide, right? So these are big issues which will inevitably impact our nation's bottom line, which is economic prosperity, right? Economic prosperity, social well-being, GDP per capita, our household income, right? The ability for us to generate income for the family. If I'm a sole breadwinner of the family and all I have, and the only skill that I have is to sell stuff online, at least I have the internet to generate income from, right? So you need to look at technology and digital enablement as a way of life, right? It's here to stay, and it's going to change our lives in more way possible than we actually can imagine.
So because I agree with everything you said, I can't just repeat the same thing. So I want to bring the opposite perspective here. But keep in mind that I agree with everything you said. How many of you are very, very tired? Or you feel like you've been emotionally and professionally tired in the last year and a half? No? If you're not tired, we're hiring. But only if you're not tired. If you're tired, please stay where you are. So there's another side of the reality of technology, which is I had a meeting, I had a program last week, and somebody was telling me that they never stop working. So I thought, working online equals working all the time, right? So we don't stop working anymore. And I have to say, for those of you who are all leaders in this room, what exactly are we doing to ourselves? Because everybody is complaining about how tired they are, how exhausted they are. You as leaders, you're complaining about how tired and exhausted you are, and somehow we still continue to push each other to a break. So the pandemic is responsible for the highest level of depression and anxiety in the recent history. It's only comparable to coming out of the Second World War. Oh my God, did I just say that? No. Everybody knock on wood. Everybody knock on wood. But so this is a massive concern. And I think we all heard about the Great Resignation. I don't think it's a resignation. I think it's a reflection, right? Because I came to the point when I realized that I actually don't need to give my organization 18 hours a day, 6 days a week, because maybe there's something else in this life. So I think there's something also to be said about the 2 years of COVID and how much technology has exhausted us mentally and physically, emotionally, professionally, in our families. And I think when we look at technology as the answer to everything, we're in trouble. And I talk a lot about AI, even though I don't know what it is, but it can be more complicated than humans, right? That's what I say all the time. You're afraid of AI? Why? Do you think that AI has an ego, or is going to be upset that you didn't bring them lunch to work? Or why are you afraid of AI? It's not going to yell at you. It's not going to not promote you. It's not going to punish you. It's great. Let the robots come. I don't have a problem with that. But I think our job is not to augment intelligence. I think our job after the pandemic is to augment humanity.
So that ties back to the earlier question, right?
Yeah.
Like the challenges part. So I think during the pandemic, we are looking at what 40-ish% of digitalization, digital adoption, which is amazing.
Right.
But if you look at the trends now, it's going down, right? Because people got tired of technology, right? Restaurants are no longer subscribing to Foodpanda or Grab, because they say like, it's just too much. We are already making money physically. Let's just go back to the old way, right? So that's the problem that we have right now, is technological fatigueness, right? So I do definitely agree to what Loretta said, not because she's my professor.
Did you want to have any closing? Okay.
I have to promote technology. That's what I do.
I'm promoting it too. I'm just saying we have to make very sure that we don't believe that is the answer to everything, because I think it's really going to negatively affect us on the short term, not even on the long.
Yeah.
So, we've talked about technology, we've talked about humans. This wasn't on my sheet, but I think there's a complementary nature to technology and humanity. And maybe we can dig into that a little bit more. You have a point of view on like, how do we bring the two together so it can have more value? I find myself now, I don't want to have any Zoom meetings. I want to have in-person meetings because it's felt so good to kind of engage with people. But there's a place for the Zoom meeting or the hybrid. And so where do you think the middle is, or where do you kind of see things going?
So I think hybrid will stay. I don't think we'll go fully in person. I don't think we'll stay fully online. I think travel budgets will be cut dramatically because now you don't need to fly to Sarawak for an hour meeting with the captain in the Miriport because you can have a Zoom meeting with him, even though I would rather meet you in person because you're so interesting. But I think in some parts of the world, COVID started to slow down a little bit differently than in Malaysia. And all of a sudden, you started to see a lot of organizations immediately calling people back to work. And people reacted back and said, no, hold on. I had the empathy for you when we had to go home overnight and work from home, and I had to figure out my entire life. And now you want me to go overnight back to the office? I don't want to do that. So I think you're absolutely right, Sean. There is a need to understand how we balance technology and humanity. And once again, I'll go back to my previous point. Technology is here to assist us. Is not here to replace our job, is not here to replace our work, is not here to replace us. The futures that you showed in the previous slides, I actually took a picture of that slide. So for me, the future, when I think about the future, I always think about Star Trek. Have you guys watched Star Trek? So why is
this is a digital transformation?
It's a digital transformation. Hold on, it is about digital transformation. So why am I saying this? If you look ahead of the movies like Star Trek, for example, not Star Wars because it's about the war. The people who are part of the creative process, they tend to be very advanced engineers, very advanced technologies, very advanced futurists who sort of look at behavior today and they're trying to understand what problems we have today in the behavior that we have and how will technology address us. So I think that's how I want to think about technology today. What is the biggest problem that you mentioned that we have today? It's by far sustainability. We are taking our students next week to this island of Mersing as an experimental project. This island is flooded by 2 tons of trash every week coming from all over, Mersing and the sea. And that's what I want to see technology used for, not for Zoom meetings. I want to see how we can use the best of technology today to solve trash management, water waste. But on the other hand, you see how technology is used today to start wars, is used to, discriminate, is used to destabilize political systems. So I really want us to find our humanity and think about how we use technology for the best and not to squeeze every ounce of energy and time and hour of people. I read about the company that has their employees on a timer. So if you're literally not moving your mouse every 3 seconds, it's sad, they penalize you and they cut your pay. So one woman who's pregnant, I've never been pregnant, but I understand you need to go to the bathroom quite often. She actually tied, I'm serious, she tied the tail of her dog, because the dogs do this all the time, to the mouse, so she can go to the bathroom every hour because the company would not give her that bathroom break. So it's funny, it's sad, it's ridiculous, it's stupid, but really this is what we're gonna do with technology today? We're gonna measure how often a pregnant woman goes to the bathroom? Yeah, follow that.
I think hybrid is here to stay, right? This whole dual mode of digital and physical presence is here to stay. In fact, this is my first physical panel session in what, 2 years? I've been so used to giving speeches and panel sessions, staring into the computer, not knowing how people will react. And for the first time, I was actually nervous because I'm actually getting some physical reaction from people. Is that, do they like me? Do they not? So
thank you.
It's odd, when you are on the computer like for 2 years, sometimes you don't even know. Imagine doing town halls online, it's very frustrating. But at the same time, I think it's important because it provides flexibility, right? So at work right now, I've actually employed a hybrid system where employees can choose and work with their team leads to come in as they wish, right? So if there is an important project that they need to work on, if there's a meeting, they need to come in physically and huddle, yes, they come in physically and huddle. But if they can work from home and certain meetings can be done online, I'd encourage them to do it online because I think the whole of last week, we were all stuck in flood. I don't know how many of you were stuck in flood. I have had friends, colleagues who were stuck in 4 or 5 hours flood. I mean, that's 4 meetings for you, right? So, I mean, you have to find that balance, right? You have to find that balance between lifestyle, between working, between being effective. So I think how to achieve this is a hybrid model.
So yeah, wow. How in the world I'm gonna supposed to follow both of that? But
Great job.
in this sense, in this type of question, this is what ASB teach me, right? It's always, and Charlie actually the one who said this to me, is that always answer it depends, right? And then you look smarter. No, just kidding. But I think it really depends on where you are. So I think at the end of the day, businesses create value for their customers, right? So in this case, we have to look at whether the experience of online or physical is actually part of your value creation. For example, for me, personally speaking, I would think that augmented reality for travels are not going to fly, right? Because that's how the values are being created. You feel the travel experience through being in Bali, for example, Langkawi or Kuching in this matter, right? So I think, yeah, it really depends. Thank you, Charlie, for this. On how do we actually create value to our customers.
So people look at the digital transformation kind of revolution as being about creating the experience for customers. But if you think about it from a holistic business perspective, you have to kind of create a good experience for your workers as well, right? And so because you're in the job of attracting talent, what guidance do you kind of give organizations for thinking about, like, how do we improve the experience for your workers and people in your stakeholder community, so you have them, you're not replacing them, and then when you replace workers, then you're unintentionally maybe diminishing the customer experience down the road? Yeah, go ahead. We'll let you start first this time. You can set the bar for them this time, right?
No, I think again it falls back to how you're creating your value, right? So I think internally, even as you hire people, the role of that people also is actually creating value to someone else, right? So you're actually transfer value to someone else. For me, customer services, there will be some automation as well as artificial intelligence behind it, but there are experiences where face-to-face is important, right? At the back office, in MDEC, most of our back office has been totally online or work from home, because the value is created without actually meeting someone, right? But for example, board meetings, we are still going face-to-face, just like Azran mentioned earlier. A lot of things, decisions are not made in the board meeting, it's actually made outside, right? So those experiences are still there. So that's when, again, it depends on how you're creating that experience in a sense.
Nothing to add.
Okay, all right. So, okay, all right. So you set a high bar off. Oh, great job.
I just want to finally feel him validated.
Yeah. Well, so the next thing, and I'll start with this question with you, Zulaira. So in this transformation revolution, there's been digital transformation that's been just basically digitalizing an existing process, but then there have been new solutions and products. There's been innovation of business models and other forms of kind of digitalization. Which have you seen has been the most dominant form of digitalization?
Interesting question. Can I say all of the above?
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it's really about process improvement. It's about introducing new technologies. It is also about, the entire operations, evaluating how a business operates. So it's really end to end, I believe, if you want it to achieve its objective. Because the whole digitalization process, think of it as a supply chain. You can't digitalize one part of the supply chain and leave the others hanging. You'd never achieve digitalization. So digitalization has to be end to end. And for starters, it probably starts with email, not physical mail.
Right.
Right. So
the basics, right?
I mean, so a lot of the organizations underestimate the need to actually chart out processes, right? So, and transformation is human transformation, process transformation, strategy transformation, identifying gaps, right? Before you can transform, you need to know what's not working.
Right.
Why is it not working? Right? So I probably have to start a lecture on transformation.
No, that's my job.
Oh, that's your job. Okay. Now I can do a case study.
Okay.
But it's interesting, you know, we've gone through a transformation process, right? So we've just completed the merger of 2 government agencies. Trust
That
me,
doesn't sound painful at all.
God bless you.
I have my colleagues here with me. They'll know how painful it is. Well, and it's not over. It's not close to being completed because bulk of the processes are still manual. I still have staff applying for leave manually. And I have one part of the business applying for everything online. And then here I am having to reconcile. Like what? You know, so it happens. So imagine bigger scale companies. So it's not easy. It needs to be charted out. So it's better. And I even tell people this, it's easier to start up a company than it is to merge 2 entities.
Right.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm never doing a merger ever.
Yeah.
Or a marriage.
Yeah. You know, so.
All right. So
can I say something to this?
please,
Sorry,
please go ahead.
I cannot follow that. So I work with Volkswagen. Do you know Volkswagen, the automotive car company? I've been working with them for 2.5 years now, and the head of digital transformation became a very close friend of mine. So Volkswagen started their digital transformation journey about 8 years ago. And there were 2 events that happened that really motivated them to become digital first. One was the Dieselgate, and the other one was the rise of Tesla. So Charlie and I have worked with Tesla for 10 years now. We were the 2 stupid people on this planet. We didn't buy shares, even though we believed in their future. But you know, we're just professors. We know how to do business. We don't know how to practice it. So the first strategy that Volkswagen put in place was to think about digital transformation as a top-down approach. So, like I said, driven very much by Tesla and by Dieselgate, they decided to hire a digital transformation officer, the chief transformation officer. You're a chief transformation officer, CTO, CDO, CIO. There's a lot of letters between the C and O. From Apple, give him a team of 50 people and a 5-year KPI and an undisclosed budget to transform a 650,000 people organization with 12 different brands that historically were very, very competitive with each other. So Porsche competes with Volkswagen, Volkswagen competes with Skoda, even within their own brand. So it took about less than a year to figure out that's not gonna work. So the organization reacted to what we call immunity to change. Immunity to change. You can imagine that somebody from outside, as expert as that person was, and he was a super techno expert, could not change an organization, even with a team of 50 people, all the budget in the world. It just didn't happen. So by the end of the second year, Volkswagen decided to completely change the digital transformation strategy and move from a centralized approach to a completely decentralized approach when it comes to transformation and a centralized communication process. So what they did is they have, I assume they have over 300 departments. So in each department, then they assign a digital transformation responsible officer that was part of the department, right? So if you are part of this department, you're responsible for digital transformation. So now you have a network of digital experts, even if they are not digital experts. And then they did 2 really interesting things. One was create a consulting office for digital transformation within Volkswagen. And my friend is the head of the consulting office. So you would think, why do I need a consulting office within our own organization? But it turns out that different units of the business, like you said, they need different type of transformation. It's not a blank state. And then, and this is what I think it was really, really interesting, they built an internal app for digital transformation, that it's a combination of WhatsApp and Facebook. It looks like a combination of WhatsApp and Facebook where people can post things, can have conversations, they can take it into a private chat, where everything digital centric was communicated. And then the third thing, which I think is brilliant, they invented their own digital language. Why is that? Remember what I said in the beginning, that all of us speak digital transformation, but we actually don't know what it is. And most of us are afraid to ask what it is because we don't want to look stupid, especially when you reach a certain age and financial status. You're not going to ask a junior person, what is this blockchain that you're talking about? But they created their own, yeah, I wish they did too. So they created their own language, which democratized and demystified digital transformation. And then the final thing that they did was they stopped having board meetings in the boardroom. So they took the board members on the factory floor to actually see what transformation is, to talk to the factory workers, to the managers, to the engineers, and see what is the real impact of this transformation. Because it's one thing to talk about digital transformation at board level and sort of conceptualize and theorize, and it's another thing to go on the factory floor and say the difference between doing this in an analog mode versus a digital mode is this. So I think that's a really great example of how a strategy can be adjusted to help in this type of model.
Fantastic. So I think we have about, well, I think we're over time, but I'm gonna give us 5 more minutes, right? And so I want to open it up to the audience for questions from these luminaries up here about their perspective on digital transformation, the pandemic, also to our audience here and far remotely. Any questions?
I think it's possible we were that good.
I think we've got one question to our right. Tell us who you are.
I'm not the host. I'm Sabaria, okay? Sorry. Joke aside, we're coming to the end, but I believe this is an interesting conversation. But I know Prof has come from a different background, Romania, and of course your experience with many companies, and also from Switzerland. Yeah, because back to again, I hear a lot, yeah, from Afdal. Yeah, hopefully you're not scared of your lecturer. Yeah.
Oh, you have been forever.
You have been the two sets of conversation, right? Because Malaysia being not to say new, but we are yet to actually build the ecosystem. You have been talking about ecosystem. Where else coming from, Prof? You know very well, I think over lunch, we are looking at countries who are in the different quadrant. Yeah, actually, possibly they have already had that ecosystem. Yeah, so the challenge that we have now, yeah, if I heard you right, which we are facing it well, yeah, we do not have yet the ecosystem to support this digital transformation to really exude or generate a necessary outcome within the next maybe 5 years or so, or 10 years, yeah? That's the kind of roadmap we are going to do, yeah? So many a times, my concern has always been, yeah, we have a lot of propagators, like what you said, yeah, who are very excited about this whole thing, yeah, but in fact, we still have a big gap in actually mobilizing it into an economic sense, if I may say that. What do you take from the lecturer perspective and student perspective?
Take that very, because you mentioned ecosystems, and we are in the business of building ecosystems. So I think the thing about that we don't have an ecosystem, I don't think it's entirely accurate. We have an ecosystem that is fragmented. It is important to bring everyone together, which is why I keep saying collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Right? It's not a buzzword, right? Universities, private sector, corporate sectors, government agencies, people, lecturers, you, me, we have to talk, right? We need to know and we need to share ideas, and they need to be openness in terms of sharing these ideas. And at the same time, of course, there needs to be will from the government and policy support to make this happen. I mean, despite the fact that we are rather fragmented, we're still doing okay, you know, but it's not for us to be resting on our laurels because we've got a long way to go, but the issue is not working together. The issue is lack of collaboration, I feel.
Yeah, you're right. And but there's still, I believe, there is a gap between Semenanjung and in Sarawak. Maybe you're talking a lot more times with the ecosystem that you have here, which we all agree that is fragmented. But in Sarawak, there's much bigger gap. So I believe, well, this is a continued journey and conversation for all of us.
Dato, if I can bring you one little perspective, the advantage of not being at the same level is that you can avoid the same mistakes.
Agreed.
So
Great point.
you can try to maybe have a conversation with Zuleira here and with all the stakeholders and try not to avoid the same mistakes. So when I mentioned the Volkswagen case study, try to avoid making the same mistakes. I'm sorry. When I mentioned the Volkswagen case study, I told this so many times to companies who are going into a highly centralized model, and they say, no, but that's another story. It's Germany. In our case, centralized will work. And then a year later, they come back to me and say, it didn't work. And I'm like, oh no, why? Who knew? I knew, but you don't want to listen. So that's another thing is, do you want to listen? Not you, because I know you do, but do we want to listen? Do we want to look at what mistakes have been done? And can we make maybe new mistakes so the next state learns from us? Thank you. That was a great question.
Can I just quickly add on? I mean, I get this question a lot about East Malaysia, really, because we just recently worked with Sabah State as well, trying to work with some technology related initiatives, and now we have scope here. So I think the unique thing about East Malaysia, Sarawak, if you like, is that the fact that you have vast opportunity areas. It is. The fact that you're not there yet gives you an opportunity to incorporate very early on, right? So I think what's also important is identifying what the state needs. And you're in control of your resources, if you like, and how the resources are used for these purposes. So I guess for states that have not embarked on this journey, you learn from the mistakes that we have made. You learn where not to invest. You learn how to properly deploy your state resources and funds, right? So yeah.
The irony of digital transformation, we think digital, we think binary, but I think Afdal and Zuleira, you guys have mentioned, this is a journey, right? And it's a journey is kind of a continuous kind of experience. It's analog in nature. And so I think, moving, I just go back to the chart you were showing us earlier where you guys are stand out, right? And it's been a progression. And it's never as fast as we want, but I think if we continue to move forward and we can be role models for different parts of Malaysia, I think we'll know what, we've had success here today. Any last questions?
Sorry if I may address that a little bit. So I think the root cause of the disparity between Sabah Sarawak as well as Semenanjung, in my point of view, is the policy that worked before, right? So if you look at the development probably 20 years ago, it's all about corridors, right? The northern focus on this, central focus on this, Sabah Sarawak focus on different things. One of the things that MDEC is currently advocating to the ministry is that we should remove all corridors, right? And make everyone to get all the economic opportunities from the foreign direct investment. So I think that is more an optimistic view of what we are looking at in the next probably 5 to 10 years.
Thank you for those insights. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Fantastic job.
And that's cute. Definitely. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much to our panelists, our renowned speakers, the moderator. Indeed, an awesome and fruitful discussion we had earlier on. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, before we make way for a 10 minutes break, we have a brief remarks from Scope. So it is now with great pleasure and honor to invite Yang Berbahagia Dr. Sabaria Putit, Deputy State Secretary, Performance and Service Delivery Transformation, and Chairperson of Scope, to present her brief remarks. Please, silakan.
I'm not going to give another remark, but basically to remind everyone that this tomorrow, yeah, for those who are has been invited to stay on, is a good opportunity to have a one-day workshop from 9 to 3. Yeah, and I believe that for those who have not put their names for tomorrow purposes, please do join as well, as this is the opportunity. Even you have not, we are inviting for those who have not even registered, please do so. I believe it's a good opportunity that we offered on behalf of Scope and also Asia Business School. They have provided it free in this package. Yeah, sorry to make this announcement. I'm not going to make another remarks because we're going to have another 2 more for the closing. Thank you very much for your kind intention, and I think it has been a long day, and I can see that the interest in many of you is very what do you call that, very very encouraging, and I believe this is journey for Sarawak. Yeah.
So thank you very much, and that was brief. Thank you very much to Yang Berbahagia Dr. Subarya Putih. So ladies and gentlemen, you are invited for a quick break. So please kindly be back here in 10 minutes, yes, for the closing ceremony. Thank you very much.
digital economy is a global economy, and I'm sure all Sarawakians aspire to progress and take our rightful place in the global market. But it requires us to transform across all sectors.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the closing ceremony in just a few minutes from now. So we'd like to invite our delegates and participants who are still at the foyer to please come and join us in, yes, please, seconds from now. We're about to begin the closing ceremony. So please kindly take your seat for those of you who just walk in, and please join us for the closing ceremony that will begin in perhaps 5 minutes from now. And thank you very much once again for your kind attention. Ladies and gentlemen, and those delegates and participants who are still at the foyer, please come and join us as we are ever ready for the closing ceremony, which will be happening in just minutes from now. And to those of you who just walked in, please come and join us and kindly take your seat. Thank you very much. Sebab guna suara daripada pagi.
Kering lah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the arrival of our guest of honor, the Honorable Dr. Amar Douglas Ugambas, Deputy Premier of Sarawak, representing the Premier of Sarawak, and Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Zeti Akhtar Aziz, Co-Chair of Board of Governors and of the Asia School of Business. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seat. And we shall now have a group photo session. So everyone, please be seated. Our photographers will be on the stage to capture this beautiful moment right here, right now at the inaugural of Digital Leadership Forum 2022. Silakan, all photographers. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please keep smiling even though behind the mask. We might not see you smiling, but I'm sure we can. Okay, kalau boleh kita mohon semuanya untuk berdiri. Please stand, ladies and gentlemen. So are we ready? First round, second round, you know what to do. Okay, keep smiling. Thumbs up, please. Yes, double thumbs up, please. This is the inaugural Digital Leadership Forum 2022, and you must be very proud to be here today. Definitely. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for yourself, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Salam keluarga Malaysia. Salam Sarawakku sayang. The Honorable Dato' Amar Douglas Uga Mbas, Deputy Premier of Sarawak, Second Minister for Finance and New Economy, and Minister for Infrastructure and Port Development Sarawak, representing the Premier of Sarawak. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Zeti Akhtar Aziz, Co-Chair of Board of Governors, Asia School of Business. Yang Arif Datuk Sri Talat Mahmud Abdul Rashid, State Attorney General of Sarawak. Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Dr. Wan Liz Osman Wan Omar, State Financial Secretary of Sarawak. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Sabaria Pulit, Deputy State Secretary of Sarawak, Performance and Service Delivery Transformation and Chairperson of Scope. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Dr. Amar Haji Muhammad Murshidi bin Abdul Ghani, Chairman of Sarawak Digital Economy Corporation. Yang berbahagia Prof. Charles Fine, Founding President and Dean of Asia School of Business. Distinguished guests, respective Chairman of State GLCs, respective board members of directors of state statutory bodies and GLCs, respective Chief Executive Officer for Sarawak statutory bodies and GLCs, our distinguished speakers, delegates, and participants, physically and those joining us via Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the closing ceremony in conjunction with the inaugural Digital Leadership Forum 2022 with the theme, Driving Business in Pandemic Times. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum is the joint collaboration between Sarawak State Financial Secretary's Office and Sarawak Center of Performance Excellence Scope and Asia School of Business. Please, a big round of applause. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the appreciation message. It is now with great pleasure and honor to welcome on stage. Please put your hands together for Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Zeti Akhtar Aziz, Co-Chair of Board of Governors of Asia School of Business, to present her appreciation message. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Dato' Amar Douglas Uga Emas, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is our honor and great pleasure to welcome the Honorable Dato' Amar Douglas Uga Emas, Deputy Premier of Sarawak, and the very senior delegation from the Sarawak government and corporate sector to this Digital Leadership Forum that is hosted by the Asia School of Business, established in collaboration with MIT, together with Scope to host this event. The aspirations of this Digital Leadership Forum is to provide a platform for engagement for the leadership from the public and private sectors that are important agents that will drive this transformation that leverages on digitalization and new technologies, not only to secure greater efficiencies and competitiveness for the state of Sarawak, but also to drive its growth and development, while also taking into account the inclusion and sustainability agenda. As we trend into a period of the aftermath of this pandemic, it is important to shift from the strategies that focus on the immediate term to manage the pandemic and its devastating consequences, but to now focus on those strategies that address the structural issues that will determine our future. Digitalization and leveraging on new technologies is not an end in itself. It is about the impact that it will bring about, that is greater efficiency and competitiveness in the public sector and the various industries. It is about the impact it has on capacity building and education so that it will strengthen our potential to deliver. And it is about its impact on building our resilience in all the areas of business, including our health systems and also about the impact that it will bring about a growth and development that will be sustainable, not just for this year or next year, but going forward into the future. The state of Sarawak has already started this journey 5 years ago, from what I have read, and it has already got the foundations to advance forward this agenda at a greater pace. Also, the collaboration between public sector and the industry, this is in this more interconnected world, reinforces this foundation to take forward this agenda. So the Asia School of Business, with its strength in the frontier of this field, is in both capacity building and education, and its research looks forward to contributing to advancing this important journey in Sarawak. In conclusion, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Premier of Sarawak for his presence here today and for officiating this concluding event, and to the delegation that has come from Sarawak who are participating in this event. May the force be with you. To take the state through these challenging times, and may the goals that is being envisaged be realized. Thank you.
Our highest appreciation and thank you very much to Yang Berbahagia Charles Rizeti Akhtar Aziz, co-chair of Board of Governors of Asia School of Business. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the highlight of today's ceremony. It is now with great pleasure to invite the Honorable Dr. Amar Douglas Ugambas, Deputy Premier of Sarawak, Second Minister for Finance and New Economy, and Minister for Infrastructure and Port Development Sarawak, representing the Premier of Sarawak to present the closing speech. Dengan segala hormatnya, silakan.
I think I can take off my mask. I am chairman of SDMC for Sarawak, not Malaysia. Very good afternoon. Terima kasih pengacara majlis yang berbahagia Tan Sri Zeti Akhtar Aziz, co-chair of the Board of Governors of Asia School of Businesses, yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Dr. Wan Lazman Wan Umar, State Financial Secretary of Sarawak. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Sabriyah Putit, Deputy State Secretary of Sarawak Performance and Service Delivery Transformation and Chairperson of Scope. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Amar Haji Muhammad Mushidi bin Abdul Ghani, Chairman of the Sarawak Digital Economic Corporation. Yang berbahagia Professor Charles Fine, Founding President and Dean of Asia School of Businesses, respective Chairman State GLCs, members, Board of Directors, State Statutory Bodies, respective Chief Executive Officers of Sarawak Statutory Bodies and GLC, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to convey a sincere apology from Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Dr. Abdul Rahman Zohari bin Tun Abang Openg, Premier of Sarawak, for not being able to be with us here today. So he has given me responsibility to deputize him. I'm reading the text of his speech. A very warm welcome to all of you today joining us for the Digital Leadership Forum. My sincere appreciation and thanks to the organizing committee from the State Financial Secretary Offices and the Sarawak Center of Performance Excellence Scope, who have made this event possible today. I'm delighted to note that this is the first inaugural forum for the state government, statutory bodies, and GLCs to be held. The event is significant as it signifies the gathering of mind of corporate leaders in Sarawak on a digital platform. At this very moment in time, we are virtually connected across different locations throughout the state. As some of you may be logging in online from Kuching, Miri, Sibu, Bintulu, and other outer division of Sarawak. It is crucial for us to come together and deliberate on challenges faced by corporate sector, especially on doing businesses in pandemic time, which we have had to live and coexist with the pandemic for the past 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are all aware that my cabinet and I have announced in May 2021 the Sarawak Post-COVID-19 Development Strategy, PCDS 2030. This is testament by the Sarawak Action Economic Council, ACSC, that we are steadfast in achieving our goal to be fully developed state, to be developed region, and bring about the desired socio-economic impact in the future of our people, despite facing the challenge of the pandemic. In the hindsight, the pandemic had turned digital transformation into a very strategic imperative. Hence, in our PCDS 2030, we have clearly outlined 7 strategic thrusts, which emphasizes on the significance of corporate participation, mainly 1, new economic structure, 2, ease of doing businesses, 3, targeted spending, 4, optimizing assets, human capital, 5, digital initiative and execution, 6, social inclusivity, and 7, environmental sustainability. As stated in the PCDS 2030 plan, Sarawak aims to double the size of our economy from Ringgit Malaysia 136 billion in 2019 to Ringgit Malaysia 282 billion in 2030. To meet this target, we need an economic growth of 8% per annum. We have adopted a new statewide financial modeling via revenue re-engineering and alternative funding method to ensure healthy physical position. However, this economic target can only be achieved by the high commitment and dedication from both the public and the private sector. The state government will continue to formulate the best policies to facilitate the delivery of services to the rakyat. On the other hand, I will need the corporate sector, such as the participant today, the corporate leaders and management team, to be the engine of growth and contributed to the revenue stream of the state by adopting new business model to generate positive on return on investment by the state government, as well as to adopt innovative business processes, re-engineering via the adoption of digital tools and technologies in order to be competitive and achieve the sustainable growth. Tan Sri, Datuk Datuk, ladies and gentlemen, leadership and sustainable growth are interlinked. The solution will come from not just policies, but rather from various contributions from the corporate stakeholders in the form of collective collaboration, ideation, and partnership from both the public and the private sectors. Therefore, as leaders, decoding and understanding the digital DNA of leading businesses in any organization become the order of the day. According to the study by McKinsey and IMF 2021 on the digital megatrend, the pace of transformation continues to accelerate despite the global pandemic. This is due largely to the ubiquitous smartphone at the turn of the 21st century, with now more than 4 billion people have access to handheld devices, which possess more computing power than the US National Aeronautic and Space Administration used to send 2 people to the moon. So today, the revolution of digital business and commercialization will be the leverage by these tiny supercomputers from just often being used only as humble telephone. In this context, as senior and emerging leaders in your respective organization, the answer lies in how do you become digital disruptors and begin devising smart solutions and adopting digital strategies that will maximize the benefit of the new technology while minimizing the inevitable short-term disruption. As such, the gig economy requires a generation of ambitious capabilities of exploring ideas for new digital and data-driven strategies, innovation, and execute highly effective action plan, all of which are likely to require organizational change, otherwise termed as digital business transformation, or in short, digital transformation. Similarly, in this pandemic time, education and training must be given to today's workers and talent in new skill areas such as web engineering, digital platform technologies, business development, data analysis, cloud computing, and cyber security. More importantly, future job in business operation will be ultimately anchored to a company data set and customer data platform, creating a unified and seamless customer experience and loyalty, thereby driving growth. As digital leaders in your respective organization, the necessity to enhance and ramp effort in becoming digital native companies will determine our competitive edge by assuming data as a strategic asset to gain business insight and how influences and ability to move, speed, and quality to create value. Without the right and robust data, a company will not have enough input to analyze business trend and predictive decision making. We must rise to the occasion and take the opportunity to learn from the best practices on talent development and benchmark on use case of the various digital platform for today's disrupted workforce and create a diverse set of revenue stream. Tan Sri, ladies and gentlemen, I strongly urge your organization to learn and navigate through the digital and data-driven disruption today in order to respond effectively to the challenges and drive growth during the pandemic business landscape. In sum, embarking on the digital transformation journey may require organizational alignment via your speed, capabilities, strategy, product, experiences in engineering and data. Tan Sri Datu Datu, ladies and gentlemen, during the second German-Baltic Digital Summit on October 2021, held in Munich, the term corporate digital responsibility, CDR, was a key focal area of discussion among the corporate global community. CDR is termed as the set of shared values and norm guiding an organization operation with respect to the creation and the operation of digital technology and data. In time of big data like today, the opening of entrepreneurial prospect and startup is fairly simple due to almost unlimited range of communication and connectivity technologies. On the other hand, the digital transformation itself raises new social and environmental problems that require solution. These include matters of data protection and privacy issue involving the use of artificial intelligence. CDR means active involvement in shaping the digital transaction and operation on the basis of ethical principle. For instance, companies need to commit to enable digital self-determination, setting clearly defined limit on data use and providing customer with a comprehensive and transparent information on the scope, intent, and purpose of their data gathering. Against the backdrop of digital transformation, our regulatory framework needs to be in place within our organization to ensure financial integrity and protect customers while still supporting corporate efficiency and innovation. Especially since the CDR also addresses the aspect of threat cybersecurity, an issue that is becoming increasingly important given that almost all essential public services and private information are now online. I, for one, would like to advocate CDR into our corporate practices and operating model among our state GLCs and statutory bodies. Primarily because CDR is in alignment with our PCDS 2030 that will expedite Sarawak level of sustainability and integrity by utilizing data in an ethical manner to increase productivity, build customer trust, and design high-value product, services, and experiences. As well, the CDR will enhance our ecological footprint of digitalization and act as a safeguard to our strategic asset, our people, and conserve our environment. As such, the digital transformation and initiative need to be articulated responsibly across the financial, operating processes, and governance. Simply because we cannot achieve the result in the aspiration of the 21st century to use the 20th century approaches. A balance between innovation and financial compliance must be met to achieve our PCDS 2030 strategic goal from the context of the ease of doing business and making Sarawak an investment destination choice. Dato', ladies and gentlemen, over the past decade, I believe all of you have adopted a statewide balanced scorecard to measure and evaluate your organizational performance and meeting the annual bottom line target. I would like to express my sincerest appreciation for your dedication and commitment to achieve your key performance indexes and strategic objective. Certainly in this pandemic time, there will be challenges, but I'm confident that all of us today can find best solution if need be. We adopt the best digital corporate practices as well as seek advices from subject matter expert of the industry 4.0, either at regional or global level. We must think outside the box and adopt disruptive business processes, else be archaic and not meeting the expectation of our stakeholders. In time of digital transformation, new KPIs will be based on one, making the difficult decision making of scarce resources, creating stakeholders buy-in and accountability. Third, addressing operational processes and bottleneck issues, and even breaking down organizational silos. These factors are not easy to overcome, but are necessities to create a truly connected digital transformation ecosystem. The constant business factor of change and disrupt will be the norm in the pandemic landscape, especially for most of our clients and customers. The question is no longer whether you need to transform, but rather the 3D digital strategies, how companies defend, differentiate, and disrupt itself and their market. Moving forward, we must introduce new performance measures, such as digital readiness and building of digital capabilities to be incorporated as our digital transformation key performance indexes. Perhaps a new term as the Digital Transformation Index, DTI, to ensure that our digital transformation journey is adopted in a holistic approach to changing the way our organization think, organize, operate, and behave. With the goal to become an open network enterprises, a phrase coined by Don Tapscott, our invited digital economy expert during the first International Digital Economy Sarawak Conference launched in 2017. Translate, Dato', ladies and gentlemen, I certainly hope all of you will benefit greatly from this e-forum. I would like to reiterate how significant this forum are because I have high hope that our GLCs and statutory bodies to emulate the open network enterprises, one, success and digital forerunners from countries such as Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are the figurehead and the global frontrunners when it comes to digitalization. These corporate organizations have embarked on 5G network, comprehensive broadband coverage, and extended online demonstration services characterize the ballistic state as much as a successful startup and tech scene which has brought forth company such as Skype, TransferWise, Turkey, Taxify, and Starship Technologies. The Baltic countries are ideal test lab for the e-government, IT security, blockchain, and many other digital development, which are likely to shape our world in the near and the far future. We must continue to emulate and adopt those digital transformation projects in order to achieve competitive advantage. In recap of our own digital transformation journey over the past 5 years, we have embarked on our own catalytic initiative to further enhance data-driven economic growth. The state government will continue to develop and enhance, one, policies for public and private sector data access. Two, data center, they will meet the data hosting requirement. Three, a government open data platform. And four, a big data and data analytic platform for data analysis, research, innovation, and commercialization. This will be addressed as part of the 2030 digital economy strategy. The digital transformation journey is never a straight line, but it will provide business and organization alike the opportunity to reimagine, reinvent, and rapidly realize new ways of working and meet customer expectation. I understand that it has slightly different meaning for each organization business sectors. While we may use and adopt different tools to address unique challenges of each businesses, but most importantly, the journey bring about the desired socio-economic impact and drive organizational future success. In short, we may need to lead up of things that may made us successful in the past in order to make room for new skill, partnership, and ways of working in untapped opportunities. COVID-19 will have permanent long-term effect on how economies and financial system operate in the future. We need to adopt a business unusual mission and vision motto. Therefore, Transri, Datu, ladies and gentlemen, I strongly urge the State Financial Secretary Office to spearhead the digital transformation initiative for the GLCs and statutory bodies, in collaboration with SCOPE as a secretariat to facilitate, collaborate, and conduct more capacity building program, as well as digital corporate summit to come in future for the benefit of our state GLCs and statutory bodies. This forum and program not only provide an excellent opportunity to identify best practices, create lead, but most importantly, create space for direct networking, knowledge transfer, and matchmaking decision. To thrive in time of the digital age and pandemic, no one organization can survive alone. And as such, new businesses model of co-creation, agility, and smart partnership is the way forward. Last but not least, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Sri, Dr. Wan Lisman, Wan Umar, Dr. Sabira Putit, and to all of you for your participation, and hope this forum was insightful and useful in the ideation of future business growth and competitiveness. Stay safe and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And may we invite our guest of honor to please remain on stage for the memento presentation. And for now, may we invite Yang Berbahagia Sarawak State Financial Secretary and Yang Berbahagia Deputy State Secretary to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Zeti Akhtar Aziz to join our guest of honor on stage. And also may we invite Prof. Charles, Prof. Loridana, and Dr. Aslina as well. Dengan segala hormatnya, persilakan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so let's begin the memento presentation. As a gesture of appreciation, we have a memento presentation first dedicated to our guest of honor, the Honorable Dr. Amar Douglas Uga Mbas, Deputy Premier of Sarawak. First of all, may we invite Bahagia Sarawak State Financial Secretary to present this memento to our guest of honor. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan. Let's proceed with the memento presentation first. Dengan segala hormatnya dipersilakan. Bahagia Sarawak State Financial Secretary presenting a memento to our guest of honor. And for our next memento, may we invite Prof. Charles Fine to present to our guest of honor the memento of 2 books authored by Prof. Charles Fine in the lens of sustainability and transformation. This is very, very interesting. Dedicated also to our guest of honor. Dipersilakan. Thank you very much. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, our next memento is dedicated to Yang Berbahagia, that is Sri Dr. Wan Liz Osman bin Wan Omar, Sarawak State Financial Secretary. For this, may we invite Prof. Loridana to present the memento to Yang Berbahagia, Sarawak State Financial Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Smart and Sharp Book Early Access Manuscript. Well, the early manuscript of the first edition of The Job is Easy, The People Are Not, by Professor Loridana and co-authors of MIT Sloan and Asia School of Business. Very interesting. Thank you very much. And now a memento from Scope dedicated to Prof. Charles Fine, founding president and dean of Asia School of Business. For this, may we invite Yang Berbahagia Dr. Sabaria, Deputy State Secretary, to present this special memento to Prof. Charles Fine. Persilakan. And witnessed by our guest of honor and Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri as well on stage. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, our next memento is dedicated to Asia School of Business. Thus, for this, may we invite Yang Berbahagia Dr. Aslina Dato' Haji Helmi, CEO of Scoop, to present a memento to Prof. Loridana of Asia School of Business. And witnessed by our guest of honor and distinguished guests on stage. Another big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a group photo. Yes, a group photo opportunity. Yes. Thank you very much. And that was quick and fast one. So thank you once again to our guests of honor. Indeed, our highest appreciation and gratitude to our guests of honor and our distinguished guests. Thank you very much once again. Another big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. And it was indeed a fruitful forum on digital leadership, an inaugural one, definitely. We are very lucky and proud to be here today. Long day, but it is indeed fruitful and beneficial to everyone here in this room. Thank you very much once again. And that concludes today's closing ceremony in conjunction with the inaugural Digital Leadership Forum 2022. To all participants physically and virtually, please do not forget to please fill in the evaluation form. And we have this QR code right here on the screen for you to scan and for you to please fill in the evaluation form as soon as now. Thank you very much once again. Inshallah, until we meet again, please, ladies and gentlemen, keep your distance to stay safe, right? Okay. Once again, thank you very much for your gracious support and participation. See you soon. Until we meet again, inshallah, stay safe. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.